shut down without an act of Congress, but Trump's order directs Education Secretary Linda McMahon to shutter regional officers, transfer out some of its key functions, further slash the department's workforce, which has already been cut in half since Trump took office. The fate of public education, funding, labor, civil rights protections, financial aid for students now hangs in the balance. Protests are planned for today in D.C. and beyond. We'll have more on Trump's executive order and its implications after headlines. A federal judge temporarily blocked Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, from accessing Social Security Administration databases containing personal information. Judge Ellen Hollander also ordered DOGE to delete identifiable personal data it may have already obtained and to remove software installed on Social Security systems. In her opinion, the judge wrote, the DOGE team is essentially engaged in a fishing expedition at SSA in search of a fraud epidemic based on little more than suspicion, she said. Federal Judge James Boasberg accused the Trump Justice Department of, quote, again evading their obligations and presenting woefully insufficient information around its deportation flights to Venezuelan immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act. Judge Boasberg had ordered the administration to present the information after it violated the judge's order last weekend to halt and turn around removal flights to El Salvador. Meanwhile, lawyers and loved ones of the deported individuals say they've been falsely accused of belonging to the Tren de Aragua gang simply because they have tattoos. One of them is professional soccer player Jersey Reyes Barrios. His lawyer says the tattoo that landed him on the deportation list depicts a crown sitting on top of a soccer ball with a rosary and the word Dios, God, chosen by Barrios as a nod to the Real Madrid soccer team logo. In Venezuela, families of deportees have pleaded to authorities to bring their loved ones home in reports of serious abuses at El Salvador's mega supermax prison where they're being held.
We ask the corresponding authorities, the UN, to please join us. We want to know the whereabouts of our children. Please return them to us if they are in El Salvador. They are not criminals.
In more immigration news, the private for-profit company Geo Group has announced a new contract with Immigration and Customs Enforcement that'll see the reopening of a shuttered Michigan prison to start detaining immigrants and asylum seekers. The North Lake facility in Baldwin would become one of the largest ICE jails in the country with a capacity of at least 1,800 people. North Lake closed in 2022 as part of President Biden's executive order to end the use of private prisons by federal government. Detention Watch Network said in a statement, quote, the perverse financial incentives are glaring as Geo Group stands to generate an excess of $70 million in annualized revenue from North Lake at the expense of people's lives, unquote. Geo Group's stock value has soared since Trump returned to office. This comes as the National Labor Relations Board has dropped a case accusing Geo Group of retaliating against immigrant detainees who protested over low pay and dangerous working conditions. Detainees are paid as little as $1 a day for their labor. President Trump rescinded an executive order targeting the law firm Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison after meeting in person with its chair this week. Under the deal, the law firm will provide $40 million in free legal services supporting Trump's agenda, including his task force to combat anti-Semitism. Last week, Trump's order threatened to revoke the firm's security clearances and end its federal contracts over its association with former partner Mark Pomerantz, who oversaw the Manhattan District Attorney's probe into Trump's finances. The news has set off alarm in the legal profession. The firm is associated with Democratic causes and is known for fighting civil rights cases against the government. The White House denied reports Elon Musk will be briefed on potential war plans with China when he visits the Pentagon today. The meeting represents a significant expansion of Musk's access to sensitive government information and underscores his many conflicts of interest. His companies, including
he is a walking
SpaceX
conflict
and
of
Tesla,
interest and a
have
security
received
threat.
billions
He
of
has
dollars
direct
in government
contact
contracts, including with
with
the Pentagon.
Putin.
And Musk has
I would
major
imagine there's more.
financial
You think he doesn't
in
have
China.
direct contact with the CCP.
Rwanda-backed
He has a
M23
business
fighters
in
have
China.
seized another key town in the
This is
Eastern
a bad
Democratic
fucking
Republic of
idea.
Congo. The rebel group entered the mining
All they
hub
have
of
to do
Walikale
is
on
give him a
Wednesday.
little bit of
M23's
cash and
latest
he gives
advance
them
comes after
everything they want.
Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan President Paul Kagame called for an immediate ceasefire in the eastern DRC following peace
that
talks
guy.
in Doha mediated by Qatar. But M23 leaders are not backing down.
Him too, but like mostly Elon.
They have put prices on our arrest. We have nothing more to lose. We will fight until our cause is heard. Meanwhile, what happened in Doha, as long as we don't know the details and as long as it doesn't solve our problems, we will say it does not concern us.
What problems?
In
The ones
Sudan,
that Rwanda
military
pays you
forces
to
have
have?
recaptured the presidential palace in Khartoum, a major victory for the Sudanese army after nearly 2 years of war against the Rapid Support Forces. Over 28,000 people have been killed since the conflict began in April 2023,
was that
with millions forcibly displaced
that
from their homes in what
M23?
the UN has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
Both Congo and Sudan had developments.
I was so confused for a second. I'm like, she's talking about
that was
Congo
the-
and then
that
said
was the
RSF.
leader of the M23, and then she
Okay.
said that the Sudan military captured these headquarters.
Okay, I was so confused for a
It was
second.
it's like a major battle victory in Sudan. No, not really
For the
bringing
military.
an end to the war or bringing it closer to ending,
Mm.
but a significant victory in
Okay.
a single battle.
Against the RSF.
In
Yes.
Okay, great.
Turkey, mass protests continue over the arrest of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, a
Not Constantinople?
major rival to Turkey's authoritarian President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Turkish authorities have detained at least 37 people over social media posts in support of İmamoğlu, who was taken into custody Wednesday on what his backers say are trumped-up charges ahead
Greece
of primary
and
elections
Turkey
on
popping
Sunday.
off.
Protesters took to the streets of Istanbul.
The people of Greece and Turkey should rise up and create one strong Greek nation.
This is a coup to the national will and democracy. When viewed from foreign countries today, Turkey is seen as having an appearance where democracy is over, justice is over, and everyone who is not with the government is in prison.
Correct.
You actually know what this is like? It is proof that now the one-man regime is saying that there are no elections in Turkey. I am king. There will be no elections.
At least 6 people have been
Even
killed,
the
another 40
Turkish
still missing
protest.
after a rubber dinghy carrying refugees capsized Tuesday in the Mediterranean.
The
off
Supreme Court
Italian
says
island
Trump's
of
a king,
Lampedusa. Only 10 survivors
and
have
nothing
been rescued.
happens.
The boat departed from
Even the
Sfax,
Turkish
Tunisia, and the
protested.
passengers were from Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Guinea,
Incredible.
and Mali. At least 270 refugees have already died this year trying to cross the Mediterranean to seek safety in Europe. Over
Thanks,
30
Italy.
UCLA students who were brutalized last spring during Gaza solidarity protests have sued campus officials and law enforcement agencies. Students had set up peaceful campus encampment demanding an end to UCLA's financial ties with Israel's war, but they were repeatedly targeted for abuse, including from outside groups, culminating in what they call a brutal mob assault on April 30th. The live-streamed attacks on students and faculty were carried out for at least 4
remember
hours, while UCLA security stood by. The university called in police the following day to forcefully and violently remove the protesters. The plaintiffs describe enduring physical and psychological harm. This is Benjamin Morisef, an Israeli-American undergraduate plaintiff who accused UCLA of anti-Semitism over its silencing of Jewish anti-genocide voices on campus.
This lawsuit asks for the
He
barest
gave him,
of
he
respect
hit him with the
towards right to
reverse.
free expression, the right to voice
know.
our righteous opposition to the ever-present reality of imminent death every Palestinian child faces
Honestly,
so long as the Israeli military
great way to
continues
do it.
its
Great
aggression.
angle.
I ask the university not to collaborate with the oppressive forces of our time, unless they wish to be remembered like the heartless administration that arrested the Vietnam War protesters. Choose now to stand on the side
True.
of justice.
Meanwhile, at Cornell University here in New York State,
Cornell?
outspoken international student activist Mamadou Tall has filed a lawsuit along with two others seeking to block Trump's executive orders targeting Palestinian rights activists. The three Cornell plaintiffs argue they've been unconstitutionally silenced. Last year, Mamadou
Use your
Tall,
Second
a
Amendment
British
to
and
defend it.
Ghanaian national, was twice suspended for his activism by Cornell,
Like,
which
really,
moved to
how
cancel
long
his
until
student
someone
visa,
shoots?
but ultimately backed down. Tall
There's
says
only so much time
agents
until
started following him
somebody's
around
shooting.
after he filed his lawsuit earlier this week. Supporters at Cornell mobilized Thursday to demand hands off Mamadou. Last month, Tal told Democracy Now! Why he would never stop advocating for Palestinian rights.
When we say Palestine is a litmus test, we're saying that it is not that we privilege the Palestinian cause over every other cause, but rather Palestine holds a mirror up into the world and says, what kind of world do we want to live in?
To see our full interview with Mamadou Tall, go to democracynow.org. On Thursday, organizers say more than 1,000 Jewish activists from groups including If Not Now and Jews for Racial and Economic Justice rallied in front of the Manhattan headquarters of ICE to demand the release of Columbia student activist Mahmoud Khalil, who was picked up by federal immigration agents March 8th and remains in a Louisiana detention center. We'll have the latest on Mahmoud Khalil's case later in the broadcast. Two House Democrats have openly called for Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to be replaced amid mounting anger over his vote backing the GOP government spending package. Congress members Glenn Ivey and Delia Ramirez made the comments during recent town halls. Senator Schumer was forced to postpone his book tour amidst widespread voter backlash and planned protests.
Look at the PBS interview.
Meanwhile, the Democratic National Committee announced it's going to host town halls in Republican-held House districts around the country. And in related news, Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has joined Senator Bernie Sanders as he continues his Fighting Oligarchy tour, addressing packed crowds and overflow rooms in Republican and swing districts across the United States. The pair addressed 5,000 people in Tempe, Arizona on Thursday.
We're not going to allow you and your friend, Mr. Musk, and the other billionaires to wreak havoc on the working families of this country. No, you're not going to destroy Social Security. You're not going to destroy Medicaid. You're not going to destroy the Veterans Administration.
Bernie Sanders has been visiting areas where the district's own congressional representatives have neglected to meet with constituents. House Speaker Mike Johnson has urged fellow Republicans to avoid town hall meetings after confrontations with concerned voters. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy.
Democrats have few options for challenging President Trump and the GOP majorities in the House and Senate. But some on the left say they had a chance to do just that last week when Senate Republicans needed votes from their Democratic colleagues to pass the government funding bill. The top Democrat, Senator Chuck Schumer, however, voted with the GOP and supplied the needed votes, angering many in his party.
Chuck Schumer.
Let me be clear. In my time in Congress, never, ever has one party written partisan, full-year appropriations bills for all of government and expected the other party to go along without any input.
I would have liked to see, when Chuck Schumer had leverage here, to say we need A, B, C, and D for the Democratic Party.
Hold on. He accepted and didn't change a thing? Fucking get rid of this guy. Get him the fuck out.
He said it would be worse if the government was shut down because then Doge could do whatever they wanted, which they already are.
They're already doing it. Who gives a shit? Shut the fucking government down. There's no employees left to pay. Shut it down. Shut it the fuck down. This is how you stop him. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Get fucking rid of him.
And
get rid of all of these fucking Democrats, these feckless fucking money-grubbing fucking scum.
Throw it out of the goddamn room.
Ugh. Like, actually fucking ridiculous. No, I haven't heard of that. What's that?
It's like Rooster Teeth and like Bernie's like going on a rant and the phone rings and I guess it's rang multiple times, and Bernie just goes pissed. He goes, "What is with the fucking phone? Throw it out of the goddamn room!"
That is pretty funny. But like, I can't remember who it was, but like, why are people still running as Democrats? Literally, make a new party, wipe them out. I don't know why they aren't doing this. Fuck the Democrats. They are fucking people over. They are not an opposition party. They are literally just Republican lights. Start a new party. Kill them. Get rid of them. Fucking annihilate them in all the midterms, and then Democrats can whinge all they fucking want when they have no fucking power. And then people who will actually want to do something can get in. That's what should be happening. Right now, the fascists are doing that. And that's why my pinned tweet remains, fascists organized, did you shut the fuck up? No. No, you didn't. You kept complaining about fucking words online and getting told to go to the gym. Shut the fuck up. Like, but Jesus Christ. Like, look at what's fucking happening. Open your fucking eyes. The libertarians got co-opted and owned. Now the left is ignoring it. Or the left is ignoring it, and the communists are fucking happy about it. Meanwhile, millions of people are going to suffer because of it. But what do I know?
Force the Republicans to meet him halfway.
Huh?
When were the libertarians not co-opted and owned?
True, but I'm specifically talking about this go around. It was basically like most libertarians were likely going to vote for Trump anyway, but once he went to the Libertarian Convention and just said Ross Ulbricht, they fell in line. They started licking his boots like they fucking love to, because realistically, all they want to do is suck capitalist dick. They don't care about anything else.
A little closer to the hole, sir.
As soon as some dude with fucking a shit ton of money and no care about anybody else comes into the picture, they're groveling at his feet. They're pathetic. They're money-worshipping, pathetic people. Which is why they back Donald Trump and the literal fucking, 10 richest fucking people on the planet? These people complain about corruption and big government, yet isn't that what's happening? Big government is fucking with everybody's lives. Where are the libertarians? Oh, on the big government side, that's right.
To see Senate Democrats even consider acquiescing to Elon Musk, I think it is a huge slap in the face, and I think that there's a wide sense of betrayal if things proceed as...
Yeah, but
man, somebody
maybe they have
should...
an abuse kink and like to get slapped in the face. You ever think of that?
Maybe they do.
Currently planned.
I myself don't give away
Shut up,
anything
Nancy.
For nothing. And I think that's what happened the other day.
Look at these old fucks.
Even Nancy
Schumer
is
earlier
saying
today.
that Chuck Schumer is an idiot.
Crazy. Like, just look at what we just saw.
To be honest, though, like, Nancy is part of the Progressive Caucus. Like, she may not be everyone's cup of tea, as in she's nobody's cup of tea, but she's in a district where she's never going to lose.
Yes. Yeah, which is why she can enrich herself.
She still has advanced, like...
Oh, sure, like that's
more
not
good
that's not
than
saying...
bad. She's just a dirty insider trader.
Yeah, and it's like that's the real problem, because if she's like, despite doing whatever she's done, which I'm sure there's a lot that she's been involved in that is good, right?
Even Dianne Feinstein has done a lot.
Sure.
What did she do at the end when she had Alzheimer's? Didn't she block something that people got pissed off about?
I don't know, but like Nancy
was
Pelosi,
a fucking legend of her day.
Wasn't
she
Nancy
was like
Pelosi
good friends with Milk,
right,
that guy who got killed?
Yeah, didn't she also do the wasn't she involved in the CIA files, the black site files and shit? Yeah. So, like, sure, like, you can say that. You can praise Feinstein for that. Nancy Pelosi, I don't know, it's just
but like that was before she had Alzheimer's.
Yeah, like, and Nancy
started
Pelosi...
getting abused by Pelosi, who was just
and her
puppeting
staffers,
her around.
like, Jesus Christ.
Literally, her caretaker was Pelosi's, like, daughter.
Yeah, what the fuck.
I know, right?
But, like, all... American politics is gross. But, yeah, seriously, like... 10% of the Democrats that actually give a fuck leaving and forming a new party would probably work at this point.
I don't think
like
so.
we've been
the
saying
US
for a
is
while.
established as a two-party system. That's what the Progressive Caucus is supposed to be, anyway. And it started as a very small thing, where there was only like less than 10 people, and now it's a majority of the Democrats.
I don't know. Like, spoiler to Republicans, sure, but they're, like, libertarians, if you really think about their ideology, should never vote with Republicans. Ever.
Yeah,
especially now.
But you have to remember that the people are retarded.
This is true. But yeah, you're 100% correct. It's 100% linked to the Mises Caucus because I think it's Louisiana's Libertarian Party, based as fuck. New Hampshire, well, they say that China has all its rights to invade Taiwan. The New Hampshire Libertarian Party might as well be just fascist at this point, and they're pure Mises. So I don't know. Take that however you will. But they should never, ever be voting with Republicans. Like, sure, you've got the capitalist side of things on the libertarian spectrum, but even then, Democrats are capitalist as well. I don't know what you're fucking crying about. Like, it's even funnier because if libertarians really wanted... because this is the thing, like, if libertarians really wanted their principles, they would be voting with Democrats. Despite the taxes, despite all of that, Democrats ban less guns. The Republicans enrich the richest people, hurting the libertarians because most libertarians are poor and stupid. And then you've got, like, Ben Shapiro types who are rich and stupid, but also smart enough to realize that the libertarian angle is a good way to co-opt these stupid, directionless people onto their side. Which is easily what happened. Because I can speak from experience that libertarians...
Find me a libertarian who is fine with trans girls being in sports.
Well, this is what I'm getting to, right? Is no libertarians right now are actually libertarian because the word has been co-opted by conservatives to mean conservative with a little bit of, like, I don't like the government as much. But Republicans are already apparently small government conservatives, right? So the small government libertarians and the small government Republicans are exactly the same. There is no difference between them. But then you look at... what did you say just before? Sorry?
Find me a libertarian that's okay with trans girls in sports.
Yes. Yeah, and, like, libertarians, in theory, shouldn't care about
in fact, you'll
the
have an
trans
easier
thing.
time finding a Republican who's okay with that.
I think you would be 100% correct with that statement. Like, libertarians, they should not have a problem with the trans thing because they're all that live and let live type of people, right? Apparently,
Yes.
Allegedly.
The thing is, they think they're more informed.
Yes. Yeah. And I've literally,
and
like, the
because
last...
of that, they're the most susceptible to any of the messaging.
Yeah. And this is what I've been trying to explain to one of my mutuals that I've been having a tiff with over this fucking Tesla shit, because I'm like, all you need to do is understand why it's happening, and then it's not a big deal. And it's like the human suffering that will come from Elon Musk's the repercussions of Elon Musk's actions is going to be multitude higher than whatever the material cost of your shitty Tesla car is worth. It really is that simple. The majority of the attacks are targeted towards Tesla dealerships, with some cars getting blowback in random areas. I'm sure it's not random. There's probably political people centered in there, like the attacks on on the
murder.
Well, that's the other thing is classic.
You know that video?
Classic left-wing violence. Nobody's died.
You know that that video? What murder?
Can't say I do.
New Johnny Harris about war.
Oh god, no, I haven't watched that. I specifically didn't watch it. Yeah, like libertarians shouldn't comment on it at all, because if they really actually believed in their principles, they wouldn't care what people do with their own bodies. They would also understand that kids have agency, and that they're not extensions of their parents, but they don't.
Soundbite potential?
Go on.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
Yes, that's great. Just the what murder.
No, there's too much interference with the other guy talking.
It is very yeah, it is very sketchy, but that would be a good one. But yeah, like speaking from experience.
Will the suspect please take the stand?
Like from
Mr.
experience,
Goofy,
I can tell you that libertarians
Mr. Goofy,
do not
you are
engage
here today being charged with
with
mass
people
homicide.
who live in reality.
And your lawyer is here, present. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm his lawyer, Joe Rosenberg. I'll be representing Goofy today in court.
Now, from what I see here, there is strong evidence supporting the mass shooting. It looks like here you were caught in broad daylight on CCTV holding an AR-7. So you're admitting that the man in this footage is you, correct? So you do admit that this very same footage right here, from the very same CCTV of you massacring a public elementary school, is you as well? Is that a yes? Can I get a yes, Mr. Goofy?
I object. My client has done nothing wrong.
He killed 27 children and crippled 5.
He's clinically insane, Your Honor. He's crazy.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter.
I told you he's insane. His wife miscarried.
Mr. Goofy, what do you have to say for yourself?
Guilty. Your Honor, my client would like to plead insanity.
No. Wait, hold on. Mr. Goofy, you're saying that you were conscious? You were conscious and aware of your actions. Is that correct?
Goofy, what the fuck are you doing?
Gosh, I did it.
Mr. Rosenberg, it looks like your client has decided to come clean.
Holy fucking shit. Your Honor, I'd like to call for a recess. I would like to talk to my client in private.
Fine. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Goofy, get the fuck over here.
I did it.
Goofy, come here. Goofy, come here. Listen to me. Okay. All right, Goofy, you're on thin ice right now. You're on thin ice, buddy. Come on, shape up.
I did it.
Yeah, I know you did it. Yeah, we all know you fucking did it. Okay, but we can get you off.
I'm a murderer.
We all know you're guilty.
Guilty?
Look, Goofy, I'm Mickey's best lawyer, okay? He wanted me on this case because he cares about you.
I'll fucking do it again.
Okay, Goofy, do you want to go to jail?
No.
Do you want to go to a psychiatric ward?
No.
No?
No.
Then you say that you're not guilty. You didn't do it. Okay?
But I did.
Yeah, I know you fucking did it, but just say you did it. Okay, Goofy, you gotta take this seriously. You killed 27 children, okay? And we all know that. But I can get you out of this. Do you know how much money Mickey put on the line for this? Do you know how much money he's paying? He's doing this just for you, because he cares about you. Okay? If not for me, do this for Mickey.
Okay.
I don't care about losing the case. Just do it for Mickey. Okay?
Okay.
Goofy.
Murder!
Goofy, shut the fuck up.
I love murder.
Why? Goofy.
The demons taught me to.
Fuck.
God,
Shut the fuck up, Goofy.
Murder.
Guilty.
Dying children.
But yeah, like I can literally speak from experience. Libertarians do not engage with any empathetic content whatsoever. The people that they engage with are almost always exclusively conservative, and the libertarians who aren't conservative
more likely
might as well
to
be.
watch Elijah Schaffer than an average
100%.
Republican.
100%. Like Elijah Schaffer gained prominence because of libertarians. Because there's also this religious push into libertarianism, where a lot of people say that they're libertarians, but they literally suck on religious dick. Like it's the Christ is King people. These types think that they're libertarians when they're just rabid conservatives trying to conserve Protestantism, I guess.
And who watches Dave Smith and says, "Wow, this guy really gets it. He knows what's up."
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I think he comes from the God, what are they called? Big J. What does he do? Skankfest. Those guys. I think he's involved with those guys, and that's where he got his prominence. And then he decided to co-opt the Mises Caucus and try and run for president, and then got fucking wrecked. And now he's desperate for relevance, going on conservative. And Aaron Mate as well, going on Aaron Mate's stream, really hitting all the bases, Dave. Really libertarian, going on the tanky Asada stream.
Morgan.
Huh?
I said, I bet you they met through Piers Morgan.
That wouldn't surprise me. But also, they probably both... No, actually... No, I contest that, actually. Aaron Mate is big on the disinformation space, and he's huge in the Ukrainian disinformation area on that side of politics. That's likely how he got there. I imagine that he got there through like a maybe a different show, but that's definitely how it happened. He probably followed him because he said some shit about Ukraine or Israel or one of the two. But it's potential that it could be through Piers. I don't know. Have they ever been on the show together?
For that map?
What map?
Do you know what that's from?
No.
Sam Cedar he was talking to Benny Johnson.
The fuck is Marxist.ai?
And he says, like, Benny Johnson is talking to him on Piers Morgan. And Sam Cedar's like, let me know if you figure out the mistake I made here. And he said, the mistake I made was that when he pointed to that as big map, I should have said, did Russia pay for that map? Because the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Russia did pay for that map.
Is he talking about us? What is going on?
It's not a real person.
I'm confused. Hello. We're back on YouTube. We got banned. Back to big fucking
about
Chucky.
That criticism, Democrats' path forward, and his new book, Anti-Semitism in America, a warning.
Can't wait not to read that.
Leader Schumer, welcome back to the News Hour.
Glad to be back.
I'm going to criticize the left. Okay, Chuck.
GOP funding bill and the criticism that you have received as a result.
Almost exact moment.
To Congress.
A huge mistake. I have this is giant map. Only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a giant map in my studio. I don't know if your production team. All right, pause it. Now, listen, this is where I made a huge mistake. This is where I made a huge mistake, and I'm going to own it. Because he's talking about this giant map in his studio. Continue. See if you can pick out what mistake I made at this point. It is. This is what America decided in 2024 in a landslide, and with the popular vote, the whole of the American people decided to vest a single man, Donald Trump,
23%.
to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. because while
23%.
maybe there are some type of
Land doesn't
programs that
vote.
you might view as just, what I view
Womp
as
womp.
just is feeding the American people. What I view as just is filling the potholes, educating, healthcare, and the capacity to serve Americans. And so, what America voted for was America first, and transgender operas in Chile
Oh my God.
isn't exactly America first. And to say that USAID was
you've said a lot of words,
was-
but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the actual, the Constitution, the Supreme Court cases, the Impoundment Control Act. None of that. You can
I
say
pause
that
it.
you
Okay,
don't know.
listen, here is the mistake I made. When he pointed to his big map in his studio, I should have said, did Russia pay for that? Because they did. He got millions of dollars from the Russian government. Now, he didn't know. He didn't know. He wasn't savvy enough to realize that Mr. Gregorian from Belgium wasn't real because, of course, of the one-page glossy CV that he got. But I should have asked at that point. So that's on me.
That is fucking awesome. What a tweet. Oh my God. If that is the first response, oh my God. It says, during my research, I interviewed a guy who said he was a libertarian until he did MDMA and realized that other people have feelings. And that was pretty much the best summary of libertarianism I've ever heard. That is excellent.
Maintain that a shutdown would have been far worse than passing the Republican bill. What do you see that the vast majority of Hill Democrats don't see? Why are they wrong in saying that you should have blocked it?
Well, Jeff, I knew when I made my decision
My name's Jeff.
there'd be a lot of people who disagreed with it. But I felt it was imperative that I do.
You should quit.
We had an awful choice, a Hobson's choice, between a CR bill, which had no Democratic input, a continuing resolution to fund the government, and a government shutdown. As bad as the CR bill was, the shutdown, I'd say, would be 15, 20 times worse. And let me explain. In a shutdown, the whole government shuts down, and then the executive branch solely determines what is, quote, essential and what is not essential. So they could say on day 2 of the shutdown, SNAP, food for kids, not essential. On day 4, no transit funds, mass transit or other, are essential. We'll only declare as essential in the transportation bill air traffic controllers. On day 6, Medicaid, half of it not essential. We can cut Medicaid, cut rural hospitals, cut community health centers. And who has the power to do this? The executive. The courts have ruled that they have no say, that the executive makes the sole determination. Now, in the old days with a shutdown, they might do little things around the edges. But look who's in charge now. Musk, Doge, and probably worst of all, this man Vogt. You spell his name V-O-G-H-T. He's in charge of OMB, which determines the shutdown. They want to slash the federal government. They want to cut it in half. Also, they can give tax breaks to their billionaire friends. And making it even worse, there's no exit strategy. In other words, how long do you stay in the shutdown? It's totally up to those evil people who hate the federal government, who hate all the good things that we have been able to do. One of the Republican senators told a Democratic senator, if you go into shutdown, we'll be in it for 6-9 months until we destroy the federal government.
It would be funny if in that video with Sam, he brought up that the first people to use America first were nativists, essentially fascists.
Oh shit! That reminds me. The new tech guy that will be the bubble in the corner.
Yeah.
I was watching the other day. I literally saved the video. It's a long video, but at one point in it, he literally says, "This is know nothingism."
Interesting.
And I was like, "Fuck yes, this guy gets it."
Finally. Well, we might have been one of the first people to pick up on that. Maybe. I'm sure other people have realized, but
Well, I'm just obsessed with weird Protestant shit in the history, which is why I knew extensively about it.
Yeah. But like, it's kind of interesting that we did find all this and we can tie it all back to this shit. And it's like Trump, nothing about Donald Trump is original. Like he is a shell. He is a puppet.
So while certainly the CR was bad, when you just had those two choices, in my view, the shutdown had to be avoided.
Well, when you hear the governor of Pennsylvania say that you squandered your leverage, or Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi saying that you gave up the votes and got nothing.
Well, yeah, and that's the hard thing, right, isn't it? Because even shutting down the government is going to have repercussions, but also not shutting down the government allows this fuckwit to just steamroll everybody's lives. How many government employees did he end up firing? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? It's a lot of wages that people aren't going to have anymore. Who has those jobs available? I thought the jobs market was low.
Did you see CIA Sarah got fired because of Doge?
Really?
Yeah, and she's still in there tweeting dumbass shit.
Incredible. You would think that you'd realize, right? Well, didn't they cut VA? Isn't that one of the things that they cut?
That's the
maybe
thing
maybe you should tell them about that.
Well, I'll see what's cut. Like, that's the thing with this Department of Education thing. The Department of Education isn't going anywhere.
No.
They don't have the authority to shut it down.
Yeah, they can't. They can't shut it down.
Also, like, the Department of Education, people misunderstand what it actually does.
Mm-hmm. It's just a federal curriculum, basically,
It
right?
only funds 14% of public schools.
That's fucking hysterical.
And all public schools. Like, 14% of every public school's budget comes from the DOE.
That's nothing.
So, yeah, we're talking about a few extracurricular activities that might get cut if it got shut down. But there's other aspects of it, like student loan forgiveness type stuff, federal student loan. That's mainly what they do, is the federal student loan side of things. So it would actually be fucking people who have already graduated from college, not the next generation of Americans.
Okay, interesting. Well, make sure you let them know that their service means nothing to Donald Trump, who dodged the draft. Make sure you remind them of that.
Well, you don't understand. He had bone spurs.
He was also rich. I bet you that has nothing to do with it, though.
Nope.
Nothing at all.
Thing in return.
Yeah, just...
Did you see it's a meme edit of Bernie Sanders hating Hassan's gift?
No, I didn't. Have you already watched that interview with him and
no.
AOC?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't care
don't
that
care?
much. I'd probably watch
It's going to be more
when
of the
I'm
same.
live on my own.
Yeah, fair. Fair enough.
They're just going to talk about how they're doing town halls and why everything bad.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, this might not be an awful time to reignite that story that I want to look into Gulf War syndrome, because if the VA is getting cut, people are going to be pissed and people want to talk. So maybe it wouldn't be an awful idea to restart this if he does cut the VA and all that sort of stuff.
I went to Japan and I got both of you guys gifts. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
Thank you.
Solidarity with Palestine. And this is a little train.
Oh.
For public transit. But
all right, listen, great to see you. Okay, take care.
All right. I went to Japan and I got both of you guys gifts.
That's great.
Does that strike you? There are Democrats who say that if
I'm kind of curious about the interview because I want to see how simpy he gets.
He's probably gonna be fine because he doesn't have a fucking computer in front of him.
True, he won't get distracted.
He has standard media training, so he probably does fine.
Government had shut down, you force Republicans to own it. All the pain that Americans would feel that you just described, Republicans would pay the political price. Why not be as tactically ruthless as Republicans have shown themselves to be?
Well, first, there was no choice. The Republicans had given us, when they sent it over from the House, just two choices: CR as is or shutdown. There was no other choice. But second, if you think that these Republicans would come to us and say, oh, we shouldn't have shut down the food stamps, we shouldn't have shut down Medicaid, we shouldn't have slashed the federal government, I don't think that's at all an accurate reading of who they are and what they are. And the danger that my prognosis is correct, which I believe it is, was so great in terms of destruction, they could furlough employees forever and just have the federal government shrink to half its size en masse. That would have been the worst alternative. And there was to rely on Republicans. Oh, we surrender, we'll come to the table because what we're doing is bad.
Good.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Beyond the questions about this bill, there are deeper questions, as you well know, about the approach. The sense among Democrats that the Donald Trump of this second term is more emboldened, more defiant, more divisive, more dangerous, many Democrats believe, than the Donald Trump of the first, and that Democrats appear divided and
Jeff, I believe that
to put up a fight.
I believe that too.
So what's the strategy to meet the moment?
Look. Okay. So there were divisions, as I said. I knew that many people would disagree with me. I felt, Jeff, as a leader, my job, if there was such danger, such tragedy, such horror, a little bit around the curve, that I, as leader, had the obligation to make sure that didn't happen, even though I knew there'd be disagreement. But going forward, we are all united, Hakeem and I and all of us. And what are we united doing? Focusing on how bad Trump is.
Channeling what I would imagine would be some of the pushback from the Democratic base, it would be that naming and shaming with Donald Trump doesn't work. That's what Democrats have done for the past 2 years. In this last election, he won the popular vote, the Electoral College, every battleground state. So, the rules of political gravity, press conferences and bold statements and coordinated tweets, it doesn't work. I mean, what does the fight look like?
We're going to go after. We're going after him in every way. And by the way, the people before who said he'd be shamed and come to the table, that's the exact opposite of what that is. So you can't have it both ways. But I would say this. In 2017, when he was last here,
just do it.
Nancy Pelosi and I said we're going to go after him on health care. He was very unpopular with that. We're going to go after him on tax breaks for the rich. And then we won the House and picked up some seats in the Senate in 2018. Same thing is going to happen now. And we're going to go after him in so many different ways. We are doing much better on the social media, led by Cory Booker and Tina Smith in our House. And so we're reaching people who were not reached before. We are mobilizing in New York. We have people going to the Republican districts and going after these Republicans who are voting for this and forcing them to either change their vote or face the consequences. This is a long, relentless fight that we fight every day. And I am confident that we will bring Trump's popularity, numbers, and strength down if we keep at it and keep at it and keep at it.
There are those who believe that we are in real time.
How much money does AIPAC give him?
Well, he's the king of the Jews, so.
A lot.
Living through an assault on the constitutional order.
It's millions,
we are
right?
in a constitutional crisis right now.
AIPAC.
I'm pretty sure it's in the millions for Chucky.
AIPAC
donations to Chuck
AIPAC.
Schumer.
Whoa. This is clickbait. They fucking color shifted.
Huh.
There's this red and black bearded dragon. And I'm like, what? They come in that color? And then I highlight it and it's a fucking regular ass bearded dragon. And it's just a collection of videos. Fucking clickbait.
Let's see.
Okay, maybe
Chuck
they do come in red and
Schumer?
black.
$1.7 million to old Chucky, according to the
I've never
AIPAC
seen
tracker.
him in red and black. That's fucking sick.
Who?
dragons.
Yes, our democracy is at risk because Donald Trump shows that he wishes to violate the laws in many, many different ways. The good news here.
See? Isn't that nice? Beauty dragon. You see? No?
Oh, it's a bearded dragon. Yeah, morphs happen. I have never seen one like that either. That is very interesting. It must be an American morph.
What are you into? Where are you?
That the appellate courts, when it gets up there in the Supreme Court, will uphold those rulings. They restored the money to NIH. They required that 8,000 federal employees have to come back. We're in over 100 lawsuits against them, and we are having a good deal of success. It's only at the lower court level right now.
Let's talk about your new book out now, Anti-Semitism in America. That's the title of the book. You were the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in America ever, and you write that you once felt that your Jewish identity could be worn lightly, but that you now feel it's your duty to alert our country to the rising tide of anti-Semitism. There are a number of audiences for this book, but you have a...
Maybe Israel should stop bombing children. Might help.
Particular message for people on the political
I don't know
left.
though.
What is
Silverman joke where
So
she's
my
like,
book
"Do you
is-
smell like duty because you play Call of Duty?"
No, that's awful.
Whenever we laugh at duty, that's all I think about. No, it's like a stage joke. She's making fun of Brian Posehn,
Ah, okay.
who's literally on her show as well. But it's like before then. Like he's a placed audience member.
Ah, okay.
For the joke. So she's just doing the like weakest insult, saying he smells like duty because he plays Call of Duty and stuff.
Look at screen.
Oh, my neck. I don't... What?
There's one hysterical part about this meme. Where is it?
Australia's upside down?
Yes. Fucking great.
Is aimed at 5 groups. First, my generation, to show people, I know you're feeling alone. Jews tend to feel alone in these times. We're all united in solidarity. Second, to their children, our children, the children of our generation. They're pro-Israel, they are pro-Jewish, but they don't know the history, the struggles we've had. Third is aimed at non-Jews of goodwill who, are friendly with Jewish people, and they know anti-Semitism's around, but they tend to think, oh, it's not that bad. Why are they making such a fuss? They don't carry 5,000 years of Jewish history on their back. Fourth is the left.
Oh my
There's
God.
always been vicious anti-Semitism on the right. In fact, I was within 30 feet of the hooligans who invaded the Capitol on January 6th, and one of them said, there's the big Jew. Let's go get him. They wore sweatshirts that said 6 million was not enough. But on the left, it's
King Jew.
This didn't happen.
Please.
This didn't happen.
it's
Nobody
in a
was
different way.
wearing
It is a little more...
sweatshirts on January 6th that said that. We need a fact check here. Somebody please look up what the fuck.
Highly doubt.
Specific Holocaust deniers were hunting you, specifically the King Jew of America. I'll take shit that didn't happen for 100.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, this just seems like a line to sell the book.
Seems to me like he doesn't actually care about anti-Semitism, considering he canceled that book tour, huh?
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, it just seems like this is a line to sell his book.
Also, this motherfucker didn't write it.
No,
like,
there's no way.
everyone of notoriety has a fucking book that they've written, huh? Crazy, isn't it?
Must be pretty easy to write a book.
more subtle, but it's equally harmful. Because when people, legitimate criticism of Israel, fine, I do it.
True.
I've gotten some people in the Jewish community mad because I have done it. But crossing it over, going on a subway car and saying, all right, who's a Zionist on this subway car? Stand up, we want to get you out of the subway car. Telling people that Jewish people...
as a fitness program.
When did that happen?
Nathan For You. You familiar with Nathan For You?
No, I'm not going to say that I am.
Okay, so it's like a Borat type show.
Hold on, is this a skinny, lanky guy that does like a comedy show where he's like super
like
monotone? I do know this show. My friend showed me.
The show's premise is like he goes in to like save businesses, but then like gives them the worst ideas ever. And
Yes, I have seen this. Yes, I do know. Yeah.
So he literally, like, a lot of people are in on it. Right? Like, he pays them as actors. But he gets this guy who's already buff to be a fitness influencer. And just to move boxes, to get people to start moving his shit for free. And
that's pretty funny.
He has a book ghostwritten for the guy. And it's all I can think of whenever I hear somebody wrote a book is this guy, because it's like, so at one point in the book it says that he volunteered to help jungle children.
What the fuck?
And it just like hearing the guy like be like, yeah, jungle children, it's just something that I do.
Just casually.
Yeah, it's just funny, it's just writing ridiculous shit and having the guy roll with it is just fucking great.
Yeah, anytime we've watched it, I've kind of half paid attention. It's one of those shows that's very boring because he's so dry.
Yeah. But it's also, but like if you actually zone into it, it's pretty fucking good. And it's not like a hysterical show like Reno 911.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah.
It's like haha, that's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, we're usually substantially stoned when we're watching it, so I don't really pay attention.
People are vicious and nasty and horrible and exploiters. These kinds of things have created such huge problems for us in the past that I warn the left. Be really careful. Don't let that anti-Israel criticism slide into anti-Semitic criticism, which it all too often does. The final group, by the way, I'd like to read it, is the kids of America, the younger people of America.
Stupid people.
I'd like every college to have this.
Like, for stupid people, sure, but they're already probably anti-Semitic.
No, but like even Hassan does it. Like that's the thing is like Ethan might be an idiot, but like the baseline of the criticism he has is that these people can't fucking separate the two. And it constantly bleeds into each other. And then they get mad at Ethan because he can't say anti-Semitism's wrong when a genocide's happening.
Yeah. No, the whole saga is supremely stupid between between H3 and all fucking Hassan orbiters. Sure. But it's supremely
I love how you say it's between H3 and Hassan orbiters because Ethan thinks it's between him and Hassan.
Book and have their students read it. Every high school. Do you know that?
Like, why does Hassan get platform? Like, he's interviewing AOC and Bernie Sanders. Dude literally endorses terrorists.
It is very strange.
Like more than.
But that's what happens when you get connections. Yeah. What? Connections will get you places.
And you're number one.
Pretty cool.
20% of people under 25 believe the Holocaust was a myth. Another 50% don't even know what the Holocaust was. And so we need education, because that has always been one of the greatest antidotes against anti-Semitism, teaching people the actual truth.
In the Oval Office days ago, President Trump condemned you, saying that you aren't Jewish anymore. He called you a Palestinian, using that word as an insult. In the past, he has questioned why Jewish Americans would vote for the Democratic Party, which many people see as deeply offensive. And yet the White House makes claims of alleged anti-Semitism on college campuses as a way of cracking down on universities. How does that strike you?
it strikes me as Donald Trump has always regarded Jews as transactional, people he can use. He regards them, oh, he needs money, he needs votes. He can use the charge of anti-Semitism, even, going way beyond where it is. And he's done lots of things that encourage other anti-Semites. He sat down with this guy Fuentes, one of the greatest anti-Semites in America, when in Charlottesville, when they rioted against the Jews and wanted to harass or even burn down a temple. He said both sides have merit. He has allies who have this great replacement theory, which is an anti-Semitic theory which says the Jews are trying to bring immigrants into America so it'll no longer be white. And so far too often Donald Trump has just encouraged or turned the other eye when there are anti-Semites around. As for calling me a Palestinian, don't tell my mother.
The book is Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. It's all...
Because she's probably worse. Big question.
I think his mom's dead.
My mom's dead.
What does that even mean? Don't tell my mother. Was his mother like a Holocaust survivor?
I don't know, maybe. You got a question, by the way. What do we got?
Your friend on the right. I think he's talking about you.
I know he's talking about me.
Saying you have this friend.
No, I don't think we should get our money back. I think it's a great investment. This has bipartisan support as well. I think we always talk as politicians, the biggest job we have is national security. We need to keep our country safe, and I think this is one of the best deals that...
Did I say it on stream that I'm like, I expect some of the Australian, at least the right-wingers, Liberals maybe, but like the United Australia Party, to really hammer down on this anti-migrant, pro-patriotism, isolationist bullshit. It's already happening. I saw the first one yesterday. It was Clive Palmer, one of the Australian billionaires, promoting Americanisms with Tucker Carlson. So that's pretty cool.
I think this is the best deal we can get around the world. It's to the most advanced technology. We're going to get given a technological gift from the US in this. Only 2 countries will have access to it.
Hey,
what?
Don't cover his face.
The what?
Don't cover his face.
Whose face? What are you talking about?
His face.
The rat. You can't say it.
Now you missed him.
Oh, no, that's me. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. There he is. Funny little rat. What do you mean interested in? Like playing it? I don't play tabletops. I don't have the attention span nor the creativity.
In a while because I've been dealing with the chinchillas.
Yeah. No, I tried playing D&D. Like if it's in person, sure, but like it's purple. But yeah, I've tried playing. I don't have the creativity to really give a shit. I think when I played a rogue and I was just fucking around, ruining people's days. It was fun. Don't get me wrong. Like it's definitely a fun thing. It's not my thing. I'd much rather play a video game. But that's just me.
You get in
the UK and
huh?
You get in the bucket.
Australia as well as the US. And it's more than just economics and the money that's going around for the technology. This is about national security. This is very important for Australia's security. As I say, the most important thing is keeping the country safe.
Look, I really want to dive into this AUKUS thing. I'm probably just going to write an article about it and then turn it into a script. I will, eventually. I literally have no fucking time to do anything because I have to worry about making money. So it's just hard. But I'm also getting a bit sick of games again, so I'm gonna put that down and start writing. But AUKUS is one that I want to get done before the Australian election comes, because this argument for it is not a strong argument.
Zapata's still
evil in the world, right? We see that all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which means that probably when his front teeth overgrew, his molars overgrew as well. Because he wasn't chewing properly at all. Like, he wasn't eating enough to keep his molars down, and now they're bothering him where he won't eat hay, which will trim down his fucking molars if he ate the hay.
But he's just not.
Yeah.
All the time, every day there's bad things happening, and to keep peace, you have to. If you want peace, you have to always be prepared for war. It's the same that goes back to the Roman times.
Yeah, I think it's hard to get your money back from Donald Trump. He has been bankrupt 6 times, and I don't think he's going to give us the money back. But let's step back for a minute and think about why we got into this deal in the first place. China has the world's biggest navy. It has a shipbuilding capacity that's something like 270 times bigger than the United States.
The ships are made of paper. The ships are literally made of paper.
Should we pull up the fucking carrier with a giant crack in it?
Like, to be worried about China's ship making ability right now when they're making ships that literally sink on contact with the water, maybe we shouldn't be praising China's shipbuilding ability. Like, numbers don't matter when an F-35 could take down their boat with a machine gun.
We don't need an F-35 for China. We don't.
The U.S. Navy has F-35s. No, but the U.S. Navy has.
We literally.
That's not my
need
point.
To buzz them and fly by the ship gently.
And just knock it over with the shockwave.
Yeah, to get down low enough so you get the splash come up.
Yes.
And they're like, "Oh no, water on the deck."
Oh no, water. Yeah, well, it's very interesting because, like, I don't think that we should not be taking China seriously, but I don't think that we should be taking them seriously, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, we should be watching and observing, but I don't think it's really a problem yet. They don't have the plane capacity, they don't have the production capacity, they don't have the ship capacity. They can make them, but they're small. Right? Lots of small ships. It's mostly just building fishing fleets, essentially. Like, are we really talking about China's got the biggest navy? Okay. I bet you the fleet of U.S. submarines could probably take out the entire the entire Chinese fleet. maybe a U.S. carrier group and a few submarines could probably take out most of China's fleet.
China engages in ship ramming.
It is. It's like, fucking crazy. I hope they try it on America, because America will sink that boat. There will be no hesitation.
We should just use the Somali pirates and rubber dinghies against China.
Honestly, not a bad idea.
If the Houthis actually fought Chinese Navy, they would get so much clout.
Yeah. That's a pretty good take. I think they probably would.
States, which is why the US wants $5 billion from Australia to boost that. And
I am Australian, and my name is Jack. Hi. Is this a new person that came in while you were streaming?
No, it's the Star Wars stream guy. I just haven't checked my Discord in a while because I was dealing with Zapata.
Yeah, okay.
And China is catching up to the US in the Indo-Pacific. Now, right now, its submarines are noisy, and it doesn't have nearly as many of them as the US does. And the US sees an opportunity in going into that alliance with Australia to shore up its position in a great power competition with China in the Indo-Pacific. But Australia needs to ask some questions that relate to its own national security,
sound like it's just
does it
a
need
minor
nuclear-powered submarines?
Oh my god. I fucking hate this argument specifically, right?
Needs to ask some questions that relate to its own national security, like does it need nuclear-powered submarines rather than diesel ones to protect it?
Okay. Here's the thing. Let me just look up. Hold on. How much was the French diesel submarine contract? It was a $50 billion contract, right? $50 billion, and we were going to get already outdated, shitty, old French submarines. The options...
You need them.
Right? It doesn't matter whether we fucking need them or not. You don't get things for what you need at this time. The point of military contracts and purchases for the future is to try and future-proof your warfare. Now, if all of the major powers around Australia have nuclear-powered submarines, maybe we should fucking have them too.
What's funny about AUKUS is that, like, this is to the greatest extent that the manufactured opinion in Australia will appear.
Yeah.
This is the, like, for us in America, literally everything is just a repeated talking point.
Uh-huh.
But for Australia, this is the only one I hear.
Yeah. Like, it's
Maybe
insane.
Some stuff on housing. But
Yeah,
even that
a
will
little
be
bit.
Slightly unique.
But it's like, no, we 100% should have cancelled that fucking French contract. The French have nuclear submarines. They chose to offer us diesel submarines, which would be a lateral movement and an incredible waste of money. From what I understand, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, AUKUS is an investment into the US shipbuilding, an investment that will apparently and allegedly pay off with a couple American-made boats to initially go in the water. And then we are retaining the capability of producing not only the nuclear-powered submarines of, what are they called? The Ohio-class submarines?
I think
right?
they're Ohio's.
So the Ohio-class submarines... Yeah. So the Ohio-class submarines, which are not necessarily the pinnacle of nuclear submarine technology, but we are only getting 2 of them, maybe 4 at most, right? Apparently, that's what our initial purchase is getting.
The nuanced take, if you want to seem like extra informed and hoity-toity, pinky out, is to say, yeah, but the best deal was coming from India.
Yes, I was going to get to that.
How come Australia didn't consider those Indian subs? Which still isn't true. AUKUS is by far the best deal.
Yeah, but I was going to get to the India thing as well.
And if AUKUS wasn't a good deal, why is there other countries trying to get involved with it now?
It's almost up to 10,
So now
I
the
think.
people who are against this shit are the same people who are like, we should cancel NATO. Like, that's the level of person you're dealing with at this point
hell.
with that repeated talking point.
And so on top of this, the reason that the UK is involved is because on addition to us getting those 2 to 4 ships, we're getting the capability to produce nuclear reactors, small, powerful nuclear reactors for submarines, which will be purpose-built for a brand new class of submarine joint built with the UK, who have 30-year-old nuclear submarines that should have been retired 10 years ago. So not only are we strengthening ourselves, we're strengthening our allies, and we're positioning against imperialism within China. Granted, this is not a support of Australia, this is just me telling you why the deal is going ahead, why it went this way, and why it's not necessarily a bad thing. Additionally, Australia has no natural disasters that can disrupt nuclear reactors, right? We should have had nuclear power 40 fucking years ago.
It's just
and we wouldn't have to deal with people like
recycled
Gina
tape
fucking
painted
Reinhardt.
bought for by China.
Yes. Yeah.
And like the fucking episode we have with James, where they're talking about bombers in the Northland, and I was still doing cut-ins because I had time to like find and edit in cut-ins, and it's just an Australian guy who says, "Well, Australia or China already has nuclear bombers, so I don't understand where the escalation is." Which is just such a good talking point, where it's like, but if we have, won't China be threatened if we have nuclear submarines in the water? They'll say it's a nuclear arms race.
Yeah.
And then where's the arms race?
This is already the talking point they're saying. They are purposefully conflating nuclear energy and nuclear weapons.
So,
right?
Also, did you see this new thing about the Chinese stealth fighter? That, like, they said it was the first flight of the 6th generation fighter, but people have been saying lately that the U.S. did a test experiment of their flight years ago.
Yeah. No, that it's just been on hold. Like and also neither of them are 6th gen. They're potential 6th gen planes. There's no capability provided yet. There's no 6th gen planes. I don't give a fuck what's flying or not. Show me the capabilities. If it can't operate the way a 6th gen plane isn't, it's not 6th gen. Prove it.
But don't look at it close up.
Yeah. All I say to anybody claiming these planes are 6th gen planes, prove it. That's it.
Did everyone vote in the special poll?
Like, I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take. Okay, it's a 6th gen plane. Prove it. They can't. They can't because there is no capability demonstration yet because they're not at that level yet. These are pre-production. These are test flights. And on top of that, specifically with the J-36, the J-36 is essentially just vibes. It's just vibes. They are information warfare operatives who are taking pictures and videos and running with it and assuming what it is instead of actually just waiting and being like, hey, China released a new plane. Look at this plane. Isn't it kind of interesting? It has no tail section. It has a flat delta design. It's massive. What is going on? Hey, China, can you tell us what's going on? Instead, they had the information warfare operatives go around calling it a 6th gen plane and a complete inability to defend that assertion. There is no 6th gen plane.
Australia, or are we even going to get the subs? I mean, Elbridge Colby, who is a senior advisor of Trump's, has talked about nuclear-powered submarines as a crown jewel in the American military infrastructure. They may not want to give them up in the end. So there are questions that Australia needs to ask that are separate from what the US wants out of the deal.
Australia. I've heard this talking point a lot. The 2 to 4 submarines is not the major part of the deal. We are paying to co-produce Ohio-class submarines in the potential exchange for a couple of them, and then our own capabilities to make our own submarines. We need nuclear submarines to train people on for our own fleet of submarines. You understand? You understand how this works? We need training. Or would you rather waste military money and taxpayer dollars sending them to America to train? I guess that's more cost effective and a way smarter idea to train thousands of people on nuclear submarines instead of having our own. Yeah. What do I know? I'm not in the government.
Has been to not try to separate trade policy and defence and security policy.
And we're in Trump is sparking a global trade war, of which so far we've just been hit just a little bit. We haven't been singled out. It's probably going to get bigger, and it's probably going to get sort of worse as a bad thing. But it's always been Australian policy to try and
But how will
separate
China
the two.
feel about
Doesn't
it?
mean that there's not serious issues about the AUKUS deal itself that should be pursued. It was brought up very quickly by the Morrison government. Labor stuck to it very quickly as well. They didn't want to get any separation on foreign policy. So there are serious issues to discuss and to push and to make sure it goes the way we are. And it also means, I think, that Australia needs to do more in other areas, such as defence arrangements with other countries in the region, such as Japan and Korea. And we probably need to spend more on national.
Oh, good. Here we go.
Fears of broken promises and blatant betrayal are tonight fueling calls for Australia to ditch our multi-billion-dollar nuclear sub-deal with the US. So are we in danger of being dudded by Donald?
When this fucking information narrative starts getting picked up by Trump because he's so susceptible to information warfare, and this is an information angle being pushed by China, knowing that your elections are upcoming because they don't want you to have these subs.
Donald.
It is a really bad deal. So people say, will Donald Trump like it? Well, of course he'd like it. It's such a bad deal for us.
Malcolm Turnbull today going nuclear on our nuclear submarines deal.
It's literally a better deal for Australia than America. If anything, that's Trump's going to complain about that.
Yeah, like, we are literally buying nuclear capabilities which can give us potential green energy
And what's funny is
for the future.
Trump has bragged, saying he's bringing back shipbuilding, which is just, hint, hint, it's going to be a continuation of Biden's policy. Remember Biden's whole policy on the shipbuilding that he did under that bridge?
Yeah.
And we said it was probably the best speech of his admin?
Yes. Yep. Under the one that the ship hit the bridge, under there?
Well, he was underneath the bridge when he
it was
gave
the road. It was the road that they fixed. No, it was the freeway.
But he gave
it was
a
that
speech
one.
and he started talking, and he did it in a shipping yard.
Yes.
To talk about how they're bringing back shipbuilding and how many ships they're going to build. That's the rhetoric that started coming out of Trump's mouth as of late. So it's just going to be a continuation of that Biden policy, just like how he's criticizing Biden's CHIPS Act and saying my take on it is different, and it's just an expansion of the policy.
But it's just a continuation.
If anything good can come out of the Trump White House, it will be this AUKUS ship, because it will help with shipbuilding, and he'll see that as, I have a talking point on shipbuilding. We want to bring that back.
Yeah. There's no, because if you think about it as well, right, Australia is paying to subsidize America building nuclear submarines. That's a great deal for America.
And just increasing our shipbuilding is what Trump wants. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and then on top of that, imagine if Trump was like, we're not giving them to you, then Australia would pull out from the deal immediately. Like, if we're not getting those nuclear submarines initially, why would we continue the deal? Like, it would need to be that kind of cutthroat thing, especially with this fuckwit. Like, with this fuckwit, if he fucks around at all, pull out of the deal. He cannot have the upper hand. Like, as soon as you capitulate to this fucking guy, as soon as you capitulate to this fucking guy, he's got you. You cannot capitulate to him. You have to have control. That's how you deal with man-children like this.
Of his mind, he'll be thinking, who are these dumb guys that agreed to this deal?
The former PM joining a growing
Yeah, Malcolm Turnbull's just jealous he didn't spearhead the deal.
I really hope they go with this narrative, because then Trump will definitely keep AUKUS in place.
Warning our $368 billion purchase of at least 8 American submarines under AUKUS is no guarantee the subs will be delivered.
The most likely outcome is that we will end up with no submarines of our own.
The problem? A caveat.
Okay, prove it. Provide the evidence that it is likely the case that we will not get them. Prove it. Show me the fucking evidence.
Which means receipt of the subs depends on the US being able to sustain its own Navy capabilities first, which it's not sure it can.
If we can produce the attack submarines in sufficient number and sufficient speed, then great. But if
nuclear submarines are not attack submarines. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit, they're literally a different class of submarine. Oh my god. An attack submarine, a hunter-killer. Hold on. Current operations? U.S. Virginia-class submarines.
The attack
LA.
submarines are the ones that, like, they'll launch people out of the submarine tube, like Navy SEALs and stuff. I think they're on an attack submarine. They're called. I think we call them ballistic subs. We don't call them attack submarines.
Okay, our attack submarines are the Collins class, which I think are our only submarines. So hold on. So let's actually see.
They just have a shitload of missiles.
Aren't they SSNs? Yeah, aren't they SSNs? The Ohio class. Like it's a completely different ballistic. Yeah, SSBN is the type of submarine that we're buying. Submersible. What is it? SSBN. Ballistic missile submarine. SSBN.
I think those are our attack subs.
Nope.
We call our attack subs ballistics.
No. Typhoon class is the Russian one. Ohio class is the ballistic submarines, and then the attack submarines are the American Los Angeles, Seawolf, and Virginia class submarines. I'm 100% correct on this. I'm 100% correct on this. Yeah, this is a completely and utterly different
type. And the Virginia is the one that the special forces use, right?
Let me see. Oh, we're also getting them. Cool. Nuclear-powered hybrid cruise missile attack submarines. Let me double check the AUKUS deal. What American submarine is getting built by AUKUS? They are Virginia class. Okay, I was incorrect. I thought we were getting their Ohio's.
So you are getting the attack subs.
Yeah, so the attack submarines are different to the ones that we're getting. SSN AUKUS, nuclear powered submarines. So let's look this up.
I'm 100% correct.
Conventionally armed nuclear powered submarine. Okay, so they're not ballistic submarines. So they might be okay. SSN AUKUS is a planned nuclear-powered submarine fleet, UK and Australia, replacing the Astute class. What's the Astute class? The Astute class is the British. So let's see their boats. Audacious. Are these their big? Hold on. British.
You're a dirty boy who draws genitals.
Vanguard class submarine. Okay, so okay.
Wow.
Okay. This is a little different. Okay, I will revise my position and come back. Because I was under the assumption that they were the Ohio class, and if they're not the Ohio class, that changes my opinion a little bit.
If we can't, that becomes a very difficult problem.
But also, by the looks of it...
That means... No, but, like, we can produce the Virginias more efficiently than the Ohio's.
Yeah.
Because we already have the industry to build them, so why wouldn't we be able to build them?
72. Seawolf is from 83, and the Virginia is from 2000. Okay, so they're pretty brand spanking new. So like even 20-year-old ships, whatever. Right? Whatever. We're not going to be using them.
Top of the line, that's the thing.
Yeah. Like we're not going to be using them.
We only have like 2 Ohio's.
I think it's 4. Let me double check.
I think they have 4 in production, but 2 have been made.
Okay.
And if there's 4, they must have cranked out those 2 real fast.
18 have been created. 24 planned, 6 cancelled.
Oh damn, way more than I thought then.
2 billion. Built in 76. Okay, so this is why we're not getting them. They're literally not even being made anymore. They stopped production in 97. So these aren't even as new as the ones that we're getting. So I guess the Virginia-class submarines are better than these ones. Probably better suited to us. I'm just... Because, like, now that I've...
sub, then?
Hold on. Wait, so, okay.
What are new subs? You're the submarine guy. What's the new class?
Of the American
the
one?
carrier, I think, is the Ford, right?
Columbia-class submarine.
Okay, how many of those?
This might be 2, because, yeah, this is 2. On order 2. Plan 12, building 1.
That's what I was thinking of.
Okay. So so that makes sense, because these are ballistic missile submarines. We aren't getting these. So these are the replacement for the Ohio class. And it seems like they're probably just going to keep creating the Ohio class. Sorry, the Virginia. Which is the one that we're going to get. There's so much money per option. Okay. These are probably better suited for us. Thinking about it now. I don't even know if the SSN AUKUS is going to be similar. If SSN AUKUS falls behind schedule, Australia will also have the option of purchasing 2 additional Virginia-class submarines. So, I'm going to have to look into this more to really sort of get a position on it, but by the looks of it right now, sounds fine.
Then there's the issue of whether Americans will want to honour the deal under Trump.
Be discussing AUKUS with the Prime Minister, sir. What does that mean?
It's funny that you think it's going to be done by Trump's presidency end. Like, this is all speculation. Like, it hasn't even started yet.
Did you hear that sound bite, though?
Yes, I did.
That was fucking great.
That's awesome.
Today, a Labor Party grassroots campaign writing a letter to every candidate and MP calling for AUKUS to be dumped.
There's a growing concern about developments in the US under Trump. The US government cannot be relied upon to either deliver these submarines or come to Australia's assistance if something happened.
Trump.
When in the history of this fucking country has America gone back on its word with us? We are literally their best ally in the region. Why would they fuck us over? This is such bullshit information narratives that they just aren't thinking about. Growing concern. Concern from where? Like, really, if there is a growing concern, where the fuck is it coming from? Who the fuck is concerned? Regular Australians? Doubt it. Where are they hearing it from? ABC? Where are they getting it from? Maybe we should look into this.
Trump clearly hasn't heard of AUKUS before, and it all depends on who's around him and what they tell him it is.
Yes. Unfortunately.
What a leader.
Trump's treatment towards allies in the tariff wars triggering concerns.
He's attacking allies and ripping up long-standing arrangements. We should get out of AUKUS.
What's your answer, Adam?
I want to go back to the George Bush era and see if anyone defended his intelligence when he clearly had no clue what the fuck was going on, the way they defend Trump.
Surely they did.
Outstanding.
Surely they did.
He's literally dumber than George Bush.
It's pretty impressive.
Also, I think
one of the
George
best in the world
was a kind person. Crazy to say that about somebody who's implicated in war crimes and torture.
That is an interesting statement. How do you justify it?
I just think that he is a stupid person who can be easily exploited, but nothing that he does is like deliberate malice. Like he's like a person. He's the president you would have a beer with, kind of like Clinton, who was on the Epstein files, you know? But I think George Bush is less fake than Clinton.
Yeah, he's too stupid to hide it.
Yeah, I just think he's just, you know, like, oh no, I'm president.
Didn't expect this.
Off the coast of Sydney, firing off missiles, live fire. And you were saying, we can just do this without the United States of America. So who are we going to do it with? You are totally and utterly dangerously naive.
The government, which in January made an...
Yeah, well, Adam Bant is a Greens Party leader, and we know what the Greens Party is. They're an international collaboration and have unified messaging, and the Greens are staunchly anti-nuclear because they are not pro-green. I wonder who funds them.
$800 million down payment, and the opposition are vowing to stay the course.
It's a long-term agreement which will survive changes of government on both sides.
Wouldn't that mean that you're pro-coal?
Pro what?
Coal.
How?
If you're anti-nuclear, aren't you by default pro-coal, whether you think you are or not?
Yeah, that's
but
my
that
entire
doesn't make
criticism
sense
of them.
for the Green Party.
No, it
How
doesn't.
can you be green and be pro-coal?
Make it make sense. And this is what I keep trying to fucking tell them. And that Disrupt Wars page, I kept fucking hounding them over it because they're fucking ignorant. And they just fucking, they said, I'm spreading disinformation and and then they blocked me, which is very funny. And then I had a discussion with another one of the people on the page, and he was very receptive to what I was saying because he was actually interested in a conversation. You see how owned people react and people who aren't? It's very interesting. Like, my entire argument for years has been that Australia needed nuclear energy 30 fucking years ago. And now people are talking about nuclear and they're against it because this bald thumb-looking motherfucker decided to introduce it. The Liberals, the right wing, decided to introduce it in partnership with the coal baron. Because that's pretty fucking cool. Because what we really need is another coal baron controlling our fucking power. Instead of just nationalizing nuclear energy, building the fucking plants, and being like, shut the fuck up. We are planning for the future. It's expensive now. You will pay nothing for energy in the future. Shut up. It's that simple. Or we can continue wasting fucking money on solar and wind and fucking more coal plants and exporting coal while the planet fucking melts. Sure, let's do that.
See AUKUS succeed.
But as Trump
God, I
rewrites
fucking
the rule
hate this
book,
country.
are we just some
dumb guys
who need to jump ship?
Well, former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull is with us now. Malcolm, so you seem to think that we're never going to see these US submarines that we've been promised. Is that right?
Look, I think it's very unlikely, Waleed. Really very unlikely.
Based on what?
I mean, look, they're great submarines. There's no doubt about that. But the problem is that the deal that was done was a very, very bad deal for Australia.
Why?
So we're paying the Americans $3 billion to support their submarine industry.
Okay.
But they do not have an obligation to transfer or sell any submarines to us unless their president at the time, which would be, say, around 2030, 2031, certifies that the transfer of the submarines would not degrade the undersea capability of the US Navy. Now,
America has 23 of these ships. Are you fucking stupid? We are literally allowing them to make more. And we're going to buy one of the 23 old ones. You're an idiot.
Now, right now, they are short of submarines. They're producing about half as many as they should be producing. And by 2032, when we're meant to get the first one,
tell me that
there will be
a
more
deal
than
for
20...
upping the production of submarines would be bad in that circumstance that you've just proposed? So they can't produce subs, so they wouldn't do a deal to produce more subs, is what this guy
crazy.
thinks.
What a genius. I'm caliber of Australian leaders, everybody.
Submarines short of what they need. So it's very,
You know what we should do? We should not help our biggest ally so we can have some, like, top level. Yeah. Oh, your F-35, your F-35. No complaining about that. Minimal complaining about that. But as soon as it's fucking nuclear energy and submarines, oh no. Now we must not have it. Oh no. Oh, buying the Jet Abrams from America? No problem there. Nuclear submarines though. Can't have nuclear energy. That would be uncalled for.
Unlikely that the president of the day is going to say, no, we don't need those subs. We can sell them to the Aussies. So I think, regrettably, the shot of the great AUKUS submarine project is that we will end up with no submarines.
Is this about...
Hey, Malcolm. We are buying the capabilities to produce them.
And it's so loud that it echoes because my microphone is picking up my own earphones.
That's funny. Like, we are literally buying the capability to jointly make new submarines with the UK. Who gives a fuck whether America gives us their submarines or not? It's $3 billion out of the $360 billion. Maybe we spent the rest of the money on buying the capabilities to create nuclear power. Maybe we're buying the capabilities to make a nuclear industry. Maybe if we did this 30 fucking years ago, we'd have a world-leading nuclear fucking industry. But no, we have coal barons running the government. That's what we have. Fucking dumb fucking country.
Are you being upset because you were the architect of the French deal and you'd rather this gets torn up and...
Boom! He made the French deal and he wants to talk about bad fucking deals? Shut the fuck up, Malcolm Turnbull. How about that? Shut the actual fuck up.
We go back to that?
No, I've just explained the situation. I mean, the legislation is very clear. We've taken that risk, and it is a massive risk.
No, it's not.
And you'd have to say, being objective about it.
France had nuclear submarines and they chose to give us diesel. Fuck the French.
That it is very unlikely that we will get a Virginia-class submarine. Now, this has got nothing to do with Donald Trump. You could have a president who is the most pro-Australian there ever has been. There could be a whole row of, stuffed kangaroos and koalas on the mantelpiece. But at the end of the day, the legislation, the American legislation, requires him or her to ask does the US Navy need these subs?
Or her, he says.
And you'd have to say today the answer would unquestionably be yes. And I don't think, and most people who are familiar with this don't think it will change between now and 2032.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with Donald Trump and how he thinks, and you're wrong. All you have to do is convince him that this is a good deal for America, and that's it. Literal ex-prime minister doesn't know how diplomacy works and how to deal with a narcissist. Okay. Real glad that the parties picked the leaders in this country.
Is this all they have?
That's all they got. Yep, that's all they got.
We're providing a submarine base in Perth for the Americans, and they'll have submarines.
This is the most watched program in the country, by the way.
News program
there,
or program
and I suppose we will hope that their submarines will protect us. But we will not have any sovereign submarine capability of our own. It's a fiasco, I'm afraid.
I mean, China's slowly edging into the Australian sphere.
Edging?
So, yeah, probably.
Right. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm just being objective about it.
If you were still Prime Minister, how would you feel about an ex-Prime Minister coming out and talking like this at such a delicate time?
Well,
I mean, obviously Peter Dutton would like you to shut up, and so would Albo, presumably.
Well, so would you, presumably, but you shouldn't have asked me to come on the program.
Not my choice, Sam.
Do we... listen, we believe in free speech in Australia. Every Australian...
When? That's news to me.
Australian is entitled to free speech, even former Prime Ministers.
Literally aren't, though. What are you talking about? There is no protection of speech in this country. What?
What would you do if you were PM again in this situation?
If I was in Albanese's position, the one solution may be that we just don't have any submarines. We have Australians serving on American submarines under an American flag. But, you know, that's a big loss to our sovereignty. But the first thing you've got to do is...
yeah, you know what we should really do? Give our soldiers to the US. That's a much better idea.
One of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Literally giving, like, the problem is Donald Trump, right? And his solution, if he was prime minister, is giving America Australian soldiers to command. That's fucking retarded.
Tell the truth.
Hold on, one second. Let me get on Twitter, on the 5th Gen Twitter, and I'm gonna tweet at Malcolm Turnbull and tell him to shut the fuck up.
Lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum, lum.
Hold on, let me just log in.
Oh, but when I want you to look up a meme, it's too difficult.
Well, look, now I'm logged in. It'll be fine. I just gotta remember what the password was. Got it.
Lum, lum, lum.
There he is. Alright. Let's see. Hey, Malcolm Turnbull. Just curious, as the architect...
Just curious if you're constitutionally capable of shutting the fuck up.
The architect of the dog shit, awful French sub deal.
Call him a winker.
Do you have any proof of what you're claiming about AUKUS? Or is it all just vibes and info war and info ops?
You're damaged goods.
Just curious, as the architect of the awful French sub deal, do you have any proof of what you're claiming about AUKUS, or is it all just vibes and info ops because there's an election coming up and China doesn't want us to have these? Wanker.
You're damaged goods.
Additionally, never have we seen such an asinine suggestion as giving Donald Trump control over Australian military personnel. If Donald Trump is the hesitation point of AUKUS now.
Is it required to be
like
retarded to run for public office, or are you the exception?
I'm not going to write that. Additionally, never have we seen such an asinine suggestion as giving Donald Trump control over the Australian military personnel. If Donald Trump is the hesitation of AUKUS now, then what you stated is grossly ignorant and feeds his power worse. Fool. Alright.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll read it.
I'm sure he'll say it. I don't care.
But what politicians are not doing, and with respect to Steve, who'd like me to say nothing, it's one thing to say former prime ministers shouldn't say anything.
Hello.
I'd like current prime ministers and wannabe prime ministers like Peter Dutton to be actually open, you know, being honest about this and saying, yes, there is a risk that we won't get these subs. It's
Hey! There's risk in everything, you fucking mongoloid.
There's risk that you might get pregnant.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, is this really what we're going with? Are we really doing the whole, like... And this is literally the nuclear argument where it's like, oh, but it's so expensive, but it's dangerous. Okay. Okay. I guess fuck the future then, right? We should build more coal plants because they're quicker and cheaper.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we should do. Just pay Gina Reinhart more billions of dollars to pull more coal out of the ground and pollute the earth more. Maybe we should sell our oil that we pull out of Indonesia's. Maybe we should pull out the oil that we steal from Timor and refine it by selling it to somebody, then buying it back. Maybe that's a smart decision that Australians make, because Australians are notoriously good at making deals.
Contemplated in the legislation, it's contemplated by the parties. This is what my plan is, but we've heard...
I wonder if they contemplated the risk of annexing Timor for fucking Suharto. I wonder if that was a calculated risk that they took, or was the oil fields just the payoff there? I don't know. Who knows? I'll ask Labour when I see them.
Big silence on that score.
Are you missing the top job, Malcolm?
Evil? No. Stupid? Yes. Apathetic? Absolutely. Controlled? Probably.
There is a spider, it's deep in my soul, he's lived here for years, he just won't let go. He's laying around, he's got a mean bite, now he's ready to fight. Stand up for what it knows. I don't need your trophy, so you go. I just want to tell you all, go fuck yourself.
Oh, spitting at them. Is that a sign? Correct. Spit! Spit!
Hey, you!
Oh, what is wrong with you people? We don't need you!
Get out of here!
And that's how we got banned from YouTube again.
Well, that's your fault this time.
I think it was my fault last time.
Huh?
I think it was my fault last time.
Oh, was it? Did you end up finding out what it was?
Nope. I assume that the person released a claim, though. Which leads me to believe it was the Spatula Madness thing.
Yeah, okay. Oh my god, I love when I drop things and it just disappears.
Yeah, it's the gremlin. He's waiting for you to drop your gold and your treasures.
It's fucking
your
gone.
Trophies and your gold.
I found it. Ugh. I can hear myself now.
I don't need your trophies and your gold.
Go, oh my god, Rumble keeps disconnecting.
Go fuck yourselves.
Have you... were there any videos that you were holding on to watch?
I sent you some dumb shit.
Dumb shit.
compilation of bottom feeders this country has.
It's fucking.
I love them.
Dude, the project fucking pisses me off. I fucking loathe it. Every time it's on the TV, I tell my mum to turn it off because she's never watching it. She's just waiting for the next show. I'm like, you are literally giving them ratings by having it on the TV. Turn it off.
That's not how it works.
What do you mean?
They're not able to track views like that. They don't track what you're watching as an individual household. The way the rating system works is that they actually find somebody, and then they come into your house and they put a box and hook it up to your station.
Oh, that's in America, though.
Then they can't track your fucking signal and what the signal is broadcasting to you.
They can when it's streaming on the streaming service.
Yes, they can do that if it's streaming.
Yeah. So all the free-to-air TV, because there's no TV antennas or shit anymore, so everybody has set-top boxes or Google Chromes or whatever. So you have to download the apps, and on the apps, they definitely track you. So I keep telling her, turn the fucking show off. You are giving them ratings. The less ratings they have, the faster they get the fuck off TV. Like, it's awful. It's an awful program. There's 2 journalists on the show, I think. And that's it. The rest are comedians.
Has to offer. They are brazen about how diabolical they are, and they are brazen about their intent to exact recreational cruelty on the American public. Listen to Howard Lutnick here.
Before we get there, I want to ask one last question on the cuts. Can we speak do we need to speak in a more empathetic way? Because that $1 trillion of spending flows into someone's pocket. Some percentage of that pays people a salary, and they live on that income. And I think a lot of okay, I think this is important for you to highlight, because a lot of people are reacting.
No, absolutely not. We're not going to be more empathetic. But furthermore, that's a lie that the cuts, the $1 trillion cuts, are going to somehow fund the American public. That's not the intention of this. That's not what the oligarchs in Silicon Valley have planned. Their intention is to dismantle democracy and have all of the power concentrated in the executive branch. And they found a moron, Donald Trump, with a bunch of moronic followers that go along with this. But everybody's going to get screwed over. And I think I'm just shocked at how I knew this is what they were going to do. I'm shocked about how brazen they are about the.
Oh my God. Did you know the French are demanding America send the Statue of Liberty back to them?
Well,
I'm fucking howling.
We can keep the base.
Yeah, just take the statue.
Trump will put up a new statue.
Yeah, it'll be him. Hold on. I have the perfect statue. Hold on.
The big dick?
No, even better.
I don't think there's something better than a huge hog.
Nah, even better. Boom. That's his replacement.
What's funny about fascism, Jack? Do you think fascism is funny?
This is pretty funny. Like,
I don't need
hey, look, is that the Trump? Is that the Trump Tower?
I just want to tell you all, go fuck yourselves.
So that's the perfect the perfect statue replacement for Donald Trump.
Cruelty. It's interesting that they're ready to admit we have no empathy. We don't give a shit that people are losing their income. We don't care because the rich are going to get richer. The corporations are going to get richer, and that's what we care about.
There's this whole thing with like Peter Thiel, who's South African, and this other guy, I think his name was like Curtis.
Nice South
Surely these guys are a part of the
not bloody surprising.
Pod Save America network, right?
Because they're all ignorant assholes who hate black people.
Like this is a this is a subsidiary of
No, he's never met a nice South African.
PodSave. Yes, is it?
Who?
These guys, are these a subsidiary of PodSave America?
No, they're their own
Really?
thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. They're cool, right?
Interesting.
Yarvin.
Like, they're very libby.
They're more progressive. They're surprisingly radical, and they found out that they are both in Oklahoma and just hate everyone around them, which makes
That's
it so
fucking
much
hysterical.
funnier.
That's very funny.
A lot of people in the comment section
They both
are
started a
like,
podcast because they can't stand the ignorant idiots around them in
Hilarious.
Oklahoma.
That's genuinely funny.
into him. But there are a bunch of like really bizarre men that, and Peter Thiel's gay.
Guess what I found out about Malcolm Turnbull? Guess what he's been pushing recently as of...
Crypto?
No. China resets. He wants to reset the relationship with China. How about we don't deal with people committing horrific human rights abuses, imperialism, and slavery? Huh? When do we do that? When do we do that instead?
And we all know
why don't we become... Why don't we become the first country to stand on principles?
Aboriginals.
Yeah, especially as a country who has a history of genocide.
Are you gonna believe the LiDAR?
Maybe we should
It's
I don't
called LiDAR. And you're gonna believe it? Did you know that there's a new secret underground temple in the pyramids that was built by Jesus?
That makes sense.
You're telling me that
Vance went to the gay
that's
boot
not
camp
news right
with
now?
Peter Thiel.
No.
And then I
guess
believe
not.
his name is Curtis Yarvin, and they are these really weirdo people that have come up with this idea of dark enlightenment, and they want to dismantle democracy. And Trump is literally their Trojan horse to do it. And it's really, really scary stuff. And how can we react to this? We can support
Spooky,
the Democrats that are
scary
speaking out
skeletons.
against the concentration of wealth to a few Americans. And nobody is doing this better right now than AOC and Bernie. Put up this slide. Okay, they are packing the house. And Anna Barr on Twitter says, just to be clear about the moment we're in, Bernie Sanders' biggest crowd in Phoenix previously was 11,300 in 2015 when he was running for president. Tonight, in a non-campaign year, when he is running for nothing, 15,000
Yeah, Bernie
Arizonans
Sanders might
turned
not even
out.
run
This
for
is a
re-election.
big deal. And this is just one arena, and they had an overflow
his
crowd.
last term.
This economic populist message
Bernie.
is gaining
Yeah.
steam.
He hasn't
and
made
it's
an official
gaining
statement,
steam with,
but
I
his
think,
response is,
people
I'm
that
old as fuck, bro. I can't make
Fair
a
enough.
guarantee I'm going to be able to run.
That's fair.
Which is, like, crazy because, like, even when he's senile, people will support him.
True. They would.
And I mean crazy as in, wow, that's real anti-establishment. He's not going to be the next Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah,
That's
thank
his
God.
most anti-establishment move yet.
that used to identify as being MAGA.
I agree, because the people that are going to suffer the most from these cuts
No way, you
are
agree
MAGA
with your
Republicans, particularly in rural areas. And that's where his population base is. So I think they're realizing, oh, wait, he lied. I know it's like, you should have known that already, but they're starting to get the message. I truly believe that.
And the way the right has always said, oh, the left, they're elitists, and all of this is just every accusation is a confession. And Trump has this lawyer named Alina Habba, who I want to remind everybody got her ass beat in court all the time. And without the Supreme Court, without a genuinely corrupt judge, Aileen Cannon, Trump would be in jail. And this woman is just such a thirst trapper. I mean,
I hadn't seen White
A
Chicks
thirst
for
trapper?
years, and I watched it
She said a thirst
yesterday.
trapper.
Yeah, thirst trapper. It makes sense.
As in the lawyer's a slut?
No, she's
A
thirst
whore.
trapping. Thirst trapping. God.
She's just so thirsty for attention, and she wants to go after AOC for waiting tables. And when I was
It's a bad
younger, I
move.
waited tables. When Pumps was younger, she waited tables. A lot of people, that's their career. That's the profession for their life. But the right has always wanted to demean AOC because she had a working class job, which is a really interesting attack. Here's how AOC responds to that.
She went on television, and when she actually had to be faced with explaining her job, and when she actually had to be faced with doing her job, this is what she had to say. Quote, what intellectual thought? And she was asked about me. Quote, what intellectual thought? You were in a bar. You were in a bar, AOC, and not to have a drink, but to serve one. And I want you all to understand, and I don't care what this woman says about me, but I want you to understand that she isn't just talking about me here. She's talking about you. She's talking about all of us.
And this is the epicenter of MAGA. They want to cherry pick what set of facts or misinformation or lies suit their narrative at that moment. And right now, AOC is a very effective speaker. A lot of people in her district voted for and voted for Trump. And I think what they saw is that people believe that Trump is authentic. And I can say that, yes, he's an authentic dipshit asshole. I can say that he's authentic in that. I can also say that AOC is authentic in her fight and in her plight for all Americans and for working class Americans and for this tragic wealth disparity that the late stage capitalism has produced in this country, and how people in this country falsely assume that if somebody has money, they are happy and smart. And Alina Habba plays into that narrative, that indoctrination. We've all been so deeply indoctrinated into capitalism. And a lot of white Christian evangelical religion also does that, the prosperity gospel. And so a lot of people are really primed for this idea.
The shit that they're
and
calling
AOC
out
and Bernie
is
Sanders
like
are
more
so
informed than like a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, being able to fucking say things like the prosperity gospel is, like, pretty up there. Also, I love the books that they have in the background. What do you think they are? Communist Manifesto?
Nah, some lib shit.
No, it looks like it's gay stuff. Like
maybe some whiteness stuff.
No, it looks like the pop books. You know, like they're poppy. Like, look at the color and the font. It's like bubble font. It's gonna be like my trip to the zoo.
I don't know.
effective in saying, she's like, yeah, I was a working class person. I worked my way through college. It was hard. I was broke. Nobody handed me a $450 million trust fund like they did Donald Trump. Nobody gave me billions of dollars in government subsidies like they have Elon Musk. I'm one of you, and I care about you, and I'm fighting for you. And this is very basic and very effective and very much missing from the political narrative right now. So good on AOC for always fighting for the good fight.
This guy really just said, I don't think Tesla or any other electric vehicle company gets subsidized.
Oh, honey.
Oh, baby.
So many of these
Sweet
triple
summer
Trumpers
child.
don't realize nobody is fighting as much for your rights and your way of life as the people that you deem radical socialists. And because you don't understand what democratic socialism is,
y'all vote in this beautiful
is
poll.
all the more reason why they want to cancel the Department of Education.
Well, Trump loves the poorly educated, as we know. But what I thought about when I saw AOC say this, I thought
Y'all hate
Alina Hobbit
democracy
is on
and
Fox
polls.
News, where my guess is you have a large segment of the viewership that is blue collar to lower middle class. And she is basically saying the rich are better than you. And they are eating it. They're eating it up because they think she's rich and powerful, because in the United States, we worship rich people. And I thought, at some point, is this going to sink in? Once they take away their benefits, once they take away their jobs, once goods and services become so unaffordable, will that be the moment that they get it? I just was shocked she went on Fox News and said this, considering their viewership.
Well, also, I want to point out, and I don't know what the stats are, what the demographics are on Fox News, but we live in a red state, as you all know, in Oklahoma City, and there are a lot of people that I would say, white people, that make over $200,000 a year and upwards into 7 figures, and they are Fox News freebasers. I mean, they sit around and freebase Fox. And I think what Fox does for them is it provides this permission structure, because they want to say, oh, we're fiscally conservative and socially liberal. And they're able to get on, watch Fox. And for these people, being a bartender is demeaning. It means you are nothing. And these are the silver spoon generational wealth people, people that have always benefited from generational wealth, people whose white parents always came in and parachuted and saved them from ever hitting a rock bottom. And that's a huge portion all across all 50 states of Fox viewers. Yes, I think there are blue collar people there, but also there is this upper middle to upper class white people, all those white women that voted for Trump, who go around to Starbucks and yoga class and power mom it, they are Fox News viewers, and Fox News gives them permission structures. And a lot of these white women came straight from their parents' nest, straight to their husband's bank account, all benefiting from generational wealth.
This guy might be the dumbest person I've ever interacted with. I go, so I hope you enjoy America
First. Because you can't count yourself.
Dude, it's fucking crazy, right? I go, I hope you enjoy America First as barely a regional power, right? And he goes, barely a regional power. If it was US versus the world, nobody would make it 50 miles inland. I'm like, that's not what I said. I just responded with, your reading comprehension isn't great, is it? Literally has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. These people are fucked in the head.
You're only hardening their views and making it worse for them.
It's kind of funny, huh?
Wealth that exists in white America. And so I think that is a huge portion of the Fox viewership. What do you think?
Well, I think I'm going through my head when you say that. I agree. There is a big section of that.
He also doesn't understand how EV subsidies work and that Elon was selling them for profit. Because they're carbon credits. And Tesla doesn't produce carbon.
Elon Musk is a carbon credit company.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Company. More than it's an electric company. It's an electric, or it's a carbon credit company.
Mm-hmm.
They love carbon credit.
But I also think, there's people that cut hair, work in kitchens.
Carbon credit is the reason why we stopped acid rain in this country.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So acid rain was a thing. The government's response was carbon credit and offsetting. It was actually recommended by the scientists themselves, and the government said, you know what, scientists, this is a great solution that government can provide. And they did it. And it basically ended acid rain.
That's interesting. I didn't realize. I didn't know that. Yep. That's interesting.
So carbon credits are a great thing. They're just not enough. It's like trying to do carbon offsets with tree planting. You can plant as many trees as you want, motherfucker. The world is on fire. Those trees are gonna burn.
People that do the same jobs that Alina Hobb is demeaning, people who are not college educated.
Do working class people have the time to sit around and watch Fox?
Well, they must, because they parrot they're coming for your guns. George Soros.
I don't think we're disagreeing here. I think there's both, but I do think that there is always this deference and always this permission structure given to privileged white people.
I agree.
And I believe that Fox News allows them enough hate for them to consume.
You know that rapist
and for them to
CeeLo
never
Green?
realize what an advantage.
Sure.
You know how he had the "Fuck You" song?
Yes.
He went on Stephen Colbert to perform, and he was like, well, we can't be having you saying the F word on the show, so what if we substitute it? And he's like, I don't know about that. And he says, what if we substitute it with Fox News? So he did the "Fuck You" song, but whenever it was "Fuck You," he said Fox News.
That's very funny.
Boy, was that rapist an artist.
They've had by virtue of their parents having wealth
too, you
and
know?
making
That's,
sure that they graduated
honestly,
from college without debt.
crazy words
if you
that
have
don't belong
problems in your
together
life,
here.
Your parents
the
come
best kind of rapist is one who's self-admitted.
Fuck's sake.
Parachute you, and there is this amnesia that white Americans have regarding that. And the majority of these Americans that I'm describing, I would assume that they probably read the Wall Street Journal and feast on Fox News. Now, is there a huge working class component that Trump appealed to that watch Fox News? Yeah,
idiots
there's
thought
probably a lot of people
that we were endorsed by the YPJ because we did one interview with them. Meanwhile, you're making rape jokes.
rural America that come home, watch Wheel of Fortune, get a hit off of Jesse Waters,
but it was
tuck
never
it in,
not funny when
rinse
they're
and
like,
repeat, and it
"Were
feeds
you
their
literally
grievances.
disowned
But
by the YPJ?
a lot of
when was I
educated-
owned?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're journalists. We interviewed them.
Like,
Cope.
not only that, they were the ones that the information office that I'm still tight with told me to interview when I asked the information office for an interview. They said, these people speak English well, and they will do an interview.
Mm. I was like, specifically people tied to Wagner in some way. I have no idea how. But
Bad
like,
Panada viewers.
cringe. Yeah, like awful, just the worst type of person. Pure IRGC agent sort of shit.
That was probably
white
the
people that I personally
first and probably the most significant information attack against us.
Yeah.
Now I think, I don't know. I think because of the war on Palestine,
Mm-hmm.
that they're more interested in other targets like Ethan Klein, so they're spending all their energy on that shit. Which is why we haven't seen any attacks like that in a while.
Yeah. This guy goes, do you know what a subsidy is? It's so funny. Google is free. Tesla, I used what you said, Tesla is a carbon credit company. The information is easily accessible. It just shows how unfathomably ignorant you are. And then I took a screenshot that said that there's $10.4 billion in revenue made from carbon credits for Tesla. I'm like, Tesla isn't profitable at all. It's grossly overvalued and is only there because of government help. But now he's cutting waste from the government. He is the waste from government.
That's the joke. Is he going to touch these Tesla subsidies?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing that I've been going on since it started. Like, before the libs even jumped on this, I was on this, being like, well, is he going to cut his own waste from government? Doubt it. Is he going to repay those billions of dollars that he profited off government money? No, of course he's not.
personally know they feast on Fox News, and how I know it is they start spouting Fox News points instantly. And these are people in our socioeconomic circles. So I think a lot of people fall prey to the Fox News propaganda.
And that's not even getting into the right-wing media podcasters that are on Putin's payroll, Yeah,
See?
which is kind of like next level, but I blame
Surprisingly
Fox
plugged into
because
shit.
Yeah, very interesting. These two are very fascinating. We should interview them. We should see if we can interview them.
Well, I can tell you right now, their little producer girl, Kaylee, would be the one to contact. Not anything with their show probably would not be the road. But befriending the producer who does the show with them would probably be a better onboard.
Because
don't show them this segment where I was making rape jokes, even though they weren't rape jokes. They were jokes about a rapist. A self-admitted rapist.
We do have some pretty edgy jokes that are honestly very funny because they're based in like real shit, and they're deeper jokes than the man woman man ha ha ha ha ha of everybody else. Like, we literally broke down someone's bad trans joke and wrote a good trans joke on the spot. Was it a trans joke or was it something else? I can't remember. I can't remember exactly what it was, but somebody made a really bad joke, and I was just like, "That's a really, really bad joke format," and we rewrote it on the spot. We basically took what they said, workshopped it just between us, and was like, "This is a funnier joke."
It started it. It set the psychological soil.
And
for
that's purely just because we're writers that we were able to make that happen. Like, you don't even need, like, you can be funny and a bad writer and your comedy is bad.
these other right-wing narratives to when people, it's kind of like drug addiction. You know, you start off with alcohol and then maybe, you know, you move on to Xanax and then you move on to cocaine, etc.
I love that she's correctly identified alcohol as the gateway drug, because that's what they always say about weed.
And more cruelty, to where finally you're freebasing, you know, like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson, who are just completely diabolical sociopath.
In response to me talking about the carbon credits and Tesla, he goes, "So you agree climate change is a hoax?" So I just go, "You are so fucking stupid, it's amazing."
That are good orators, they're very good communicators, but it's this cruel, bizarre bullshit. All right, everybody, that's it for this episode. Subscribe to our channel. As you know, we have a goal. We want to get to 1 million subs. We want our little YouTube trophy because it's a big deal for broads at our age to get such an achievement. We'll see you all later.
They call themselves broads.
Broads. Dude, this is actually great because he retweeted one of my things with the... He said, "Retard alert, strawman detected." And what he just said was a direct strawman. So I screenshot his comment.
I don't care.
And I'm going to post it on top. All right, what's next?
A retard.
Okay.
Uh-oh, retard alert.
My history with Tim Pool. I interviewed him once, almost 15 years ago.
Is that good enough for you?
Oh. When he was a camera guy at Occupy Wall Street.
Video. I've already watched it.
Then his partner, who he was working with...
You said you wanted a retard.
No, I sent you a thing.
So I gave you Tim Pool.
No, I already watched that video. It's fine. It's just... I selected a specific thing.
The biggest...
Did we do this one?
Yeah.
That was this one?
That's the one we just watched.
Of citizen or non-citizen or anything like that.
Right at the spot
Simply
where he says
guilty or not guilty.
Just go back a little.
Bender. What if they're not citizens? That's better than a single not guilty, like innocent party.
Just go back like 2 minutes.
Ridiculous.
You think it's okay for our government to round up whoever, claim they're criminals, and imprison them indefinitely in a foreign prison to be tortured?
Well, I'll flip it around.
That's insane to me.
See, you seem much more concerned about that than the importation of 8 to 10 million illegal immigrants under Joe Biden. That seems to me like something my country's been taken away. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we can...
Wow.
Yeah. I want to say, like, Sagar is younger than me. You can't tell by the attitudes he expresses sometimes. But that shit, to me,
is entirely phony. You look around at what's been going on in this, whether it's this country, whether it's Western civilization, whatever these losers, like to fetishize these days, what's been going on, and you think the problem is foreigners? You think the problem is foreigners? That is ridiculous. That, like, we have an issue where capitalists are driving society into the goddamn ground. And this anger here, like, it's one thing if you're in like a border community and your public services are being taxed, because it frankly should be a federal effort to make sure that we can deal with refugees and asylum seekers and stuff like that. I understand that. You're a media professional like Sagar is, and you're going to say that the problem is foreigners? I'm sorry, man. I think that's so ridiculous.
I gotta say, I took some like criminal justice classes, throughout my education, and like one thing that always stuck with me from that I learned was like the idea that the U.S. justice system, in the U.S. justice system, it should be that it should be seen as, if 10 guilty parties were to go free and found not guilty, that's better than a single not guilty, like innocent party going to prison wrongly. And he's basically arguing
what if they're
for
not
the opposite.
Citizens, Bender? What if they're not citizens?
But in that analogy that I learned, they made no determination of citizen or non-citizen or anything like that. Simply guilty or not guilty or innocent. I mean, he's advocating for the opposite of it. Send as many people away as possible, innocent too, as long as we get one guy in prison. I mean, it's just one possibly guilty party in prison. I mean, it's ludicrous, and it's against everything that supposedly being American and loving America is supposed to all be about.
Well,
I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, he's clearly grifting too, and all these people. Like, I'm reminded by that Jubilee debate that Sam had with those 20 jokers, and that like the one blonde lady who turned out to be Canadian or something was saying like
Lauren Southern,
all this about Western values, all this stuff about like European values, but then they express stuff like this that goes against the founding documents of most Western countries that are based on like Enlightenment ideals. Now, agreed, we definitely have laws on the books that are archaic, like the one that they're referencing that should have been abolished, that go against the values and spirit of those underlying ideology.
That Thomas Jefferson voided when he came into office right after it.
Exactly, but when you expressed so like full-throatedly that you just disagree with people.
What? The Alien and Sedition Act was voided? When did that happen? What? Why is it still around?
I don't know.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Getting due process. You disagree with people having the right to, like, their day in court, because we know that's what the Trump administration is doing. They're like keeping people from their days in court. They are shuffling them around to more sympathetic jurisdictions to avoid having them be tried in the jurisdiction that they live or reside in, so that they can have a more favorable outcome for themselves. They're denying the orders from judges to stay or provide more information. Like, these are things that, like, our founding fathers had many issues, and our politicians since then continue to have many issues, but it's clear in the Constitution. It's clear as day, and they'll still like come up and say things like, "Oh, well, I'm in favor of America," and other people who agree with them. It's like, no, you're not. You're not in favor of America in any way that would be understood to like anyone who founded America, other than like the racism, obviously, but the things that you espouse that should happen to people who are citizens or who are at the very least
actually Christmas is a pagan holiday,
humans who are
Jesus
within our
probably
borders,
hates
who
you
the
for
Constitution
celebrating
applies
it.
to, would be foreign to the way that they considered like the ideal for the United States of America. And the fact they need to be called out on it. Ultimately, this is unconstitutional. I personally think the Constitution could be revised a little bit, but they claim to have some real fealty to it. And then they say things like, "Oh, but America should be like a religious fundamentalist state. America should like kick people out without due process." Because we know that I wouldn't necessarily concede even Crystal Ball's point about we knowing that they were Venezuelan, or even because we know ICE has scooped up like Puerto Ricans because they're Latino and they speak Spanish, but they're American citizens. Like we know that this stuff is impacting people who are not fitting into like the very neat box of not just like Latin American like criminal gang members, but the very neat box of just like not American citizens.
Yeah, they've been picking up American citizens who look Hispanic. Yeah, there's already been stories that have been reported that American citizens born here are being picked up because they looked Hispanic, and then they're being held for 24, 48 hours until someone from ICE decides to actually open up their wallet and take a look at their ID, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoopsie.
And to Crystal's credit, she's mentioned those stories that when reporters are actually able to get to the people, which who knows if they will be able to in Bukele's gulag in El Salvador. Like Brandon said, they point out that, actually we can't take Department of Homeland Security and ICE's word for this shit because it turns out they're fascists. Let's watch a little bit more here. I also just want to key people into, it's very interesting how Sagar, he plays between the difference between like what he thinks is what he personally thinks is morally right and just, and what he thinks the law allows, which I think is a little bit of a sign of a little bit of weaseliness. But here we go.
Can play this game all day long. Do you think that's an invasion?
Sagar.
I think that's an invasion.
Sagar.
8 to 10 million illegal immigrants.
But that's not what he's talking about.
No, but he's talking specifically about Venezuelan migrants.
Yes, and no, he's talking specifically about the Tren de Aragua.
Yes.
How many people are here from Tren de Aragua?
I have no idea. All right, and that's my
estimates.
Not even
say roughly.
So it goes from we're in invasion that puts us in a war situation, a la the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II, but I don't know how many are here because he's full of shit. Because he knows that he needs some kind of righteousness to point to in this. All this border stuff is very much apologies for. It's a proxy for like why aren't people's lives getting better? But it's actually not the reason. Migrants aren't the reason that people's lives aren't getting better. It's capitalists. Capitalists can't compete with, say, like the CCP. And so we need to find. I mean, this is what the Nazis did. We need to find someone to blame. That's what Sagar is doing here. And I'll just point out like this know nothing thing. I don't know how many there. I don't even know why they're here. The Center for Economic and Policy Research, a think tank, has done a lot
it's very
of work
strange
on
that
this
he
sort of stuff. And I'll just point to
said
a
it like
recent thing,
that.
March 3rd, 2025. Economic sanctions.
So before he said that, I must have missed it. Did he say anything before then?
I don't think so.
Interesting. So it just randomly.
Maybe he did.
Who the fuck is gonna know what know nothing means?
Maybe start it from the beginning, and he might mention something in the first 2 minutes there that I skipped.
There's a debate here between Sagar and Crystal that I thought was worth maybe digging into for a few minutes. The story of judge blocking deportations of Venezuelans under wartime law. And I think Crystal really holds her own here and holds Sagar's feet to the fire. And I think the ideology Sagar is expressing here, I mean, people call him right-wing. This is know-nothingism. Sort of nativism of the 19th century. Like, I don't care where they go, just get them out of here, sort of.
Honestly, impressive. I usually ignore this guy. But when it's Matt Binder and this bloke, I think he's probably the best one of them.
I like Binder.
He's fine.
The other guy is fine too. It's Emma by herself that is saying the dumb shit.
The War of 1812, World War I, and World War II, but I don't know how many are here because he's full of shit.
Specifically about the Tren de Aragua.
Yes.
How many people are here from Tren de Aragua?
I have no idea. All right, and that's my
estimates.
That's not even
say roughly.
So it goes from we're in invasion that puts us in a war situation, a la the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II, but I don't know how many are here because he's full of shit. Because he knows that he needs some kind of righteousness to point to in this. All this border stuff is very much apologies for. It's a proxy for like why aren't people's lives getting better?
Funny.
But it's actually not the reason. Migrants aren't the.
There you go. There's what the books are. Animorphs.
Oh. Probably.
Reason that
is probably a pricey collection. I don't know if those books would be worth anything these days. Classics.
people's lives aren't getting better. It's,
Do you know
it's
what those are
capitalists.
about?
Capitalists can't.
I have no idea. I'm sure the conservatives probably think it's a trans thing. Oh, the kids will identify as animals and need litter boxes because of animorphs.
No, it's like cosmic alien shit. It's like
interesting, because I never read them.
Neither did
I was just aware
I
of
always
them.
looked at the covers because they were so cool.
They were cool. The stuff I read as a kid was all very different.
Compete with, say, like the CCP.
I did read all the Harry Potter books before the movies came out.
Impossible.
And so we need to find.
Huh? Oh well, the ones that were available. The ones that were available before the first movie came out, anyway.
And I mean, this is.
I think at that point, Order of the Phoenix was out, but the other two weren't. If I remember correctly. I don't know. You know, it's ridiculous that first edition prints of that book are worth so much.
Nazis did. We need to find someone to blame. That's what Sagar is doing here. And I'll just point out, like, this know-nothing thing. I don't know how many there are. I don't even know why they're here. The Center for Economic and Policy Research, a think tank, has done a lot of work on this sort of stuff. And I'll just point to a recent thing, March 3rd, 2025. Economic sanctions, a root cause of migration. Including the sanctions that we put on that country that, among other things, destroyed their main commodity export, oil. And we wonder why people, well, I guess Sagar doesn't wonder why. He just wonders how quickly he can gulag all the people that...
Venezuela's oil is dog shit.
Our foreign policy invades our own country with.
Well, I mean, also, this kind of white supremacy, this kind of ethno-nationalist grifting is just a scam. It's an affinity scam aimed at poor white people and also people who have been able to, like, convince themselves that their interests...
The poor whites.
Exercise. It makes you happier, healthier, stronger, able to live out your final years on this earth with
I knew
dignity.
you wouldn't be able to
I
ignore
couldn't.
this.
I couldn't not.
I literally put this on the streaming fun playlist, and I said, I'm putting this on here because I know Jack will click it because there's a fat lady in the thumbnail. I don't know if this is good or not. I just put this on here. Oh, this lady's cool. I like her.
I've seen videos from her, so I'm kind of interested in this video because despite what I do say about it, like, I am genuinely interested at scientific developments against obesity, like. Because, like, realistically, if I'm actually talking about the subject seriously and not just, like, being facetious and sort of obtuse about it, it's poverty. Food is cheap. Cheap food is bad because it's easy to make with cheap, shitty ingredients and makes people unhealthy. Like, obviously, that's a main and significant factor to it, but also, just stop. Like, I'm very, very hypocritical on this subject specifically.
Such a wholesome and helpful thing. Yet there are some people who think that encouraging exercise or even talking about it is toxic. And one of these people...
Do you know who this person is on the right? She calls herself the Fat Professor, and she advocates against healthy eating. It's fucking hysterical.
Just hired as a public health consultant. This is Virgie Tovar. You may have already heard that the city of San Francisco brought her on a few months ago as a consultant for the public health department. The problem? Well, as we'll see in this video, Virgie is not a very big fan of health. And recently she's taken this to a new extreme. Recently, Virgie's been hating on exercise. Guys, I've been really trying not to talk about body positivity
This is gonna
anymore.
be bad.
I made my points. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. The ideas put forth by the body positivity and health at every size movements are silly. They don't make any sense. It's not logical.
The best way to win the war against fat is to give up the fight.
But the public health department thing caught
That
my
is
eye and made me wonder.
Such bad advice. You know what you should do? Give up. Eat sugar, lollies, and KFC exclusively.
I love lolly.
You
I'm
will
a
be
lolly Connor.
you will be healthy at every size, even your arteries, full, healthy, cholesterol clogged arteries. a full healthy lifespan of 40 years, you should give up.
What's Virgie up to lately?
Lollies, there's this fucking French lolly VTuber who's trying to like.
Oh, you're talking about pedo shit, not actual lollies.
Recruit like American fans because in France they're just known as an outright Nazi, so they're trying to like reform themselves to get like American views.
Amazing. Incredible. And they're pedo.
I mean, it's the lolly shit, yeah.
So yeah, pedo.
So I go check out her Instagram and I see she has a problem with exercise now. So I'm like, fine, we're making the video. So I guess today we're catching up with Virgie's fresh takes on exercise, health, and weight loss, and childhood obesity. Virgie was actually recently on Dr. Phil, and that's a large amount of what they discussed.
Does anybody disagree that we stop childhood obesity?
Man, it must have been an effort for her to get up on that chair.
Whoa,
Do you
what do you
disagree
mean an
with that?
effort for
I mean,
her?
I just think that
What about
it's
the
a
chair?
very big phrase. Right? Like, at the end of the day, right, body diversity is a real thing. There are naturally bigger people. There are naturally smaller people.
So yeah, but first up, a very
Yeah, in stature. Every single
this lady
person
got her-
can lose weight.
Her braces off, I guess.
Who?
This lady, she used to have braces on.
Okay.
overview of her new job. You may already know who Virgie is, you may not, but Virgie Tovar is a prominent, quote-unquote, fat activist who recently accepted a new job. The San Francisco Department of Health's new weight czar has gone viral for her proclamation that
Well, she sure is a czar of weight.
has to be healthy.
What is your definition of health?
No one
I know. No neck. If you have no neck, you are a picture of health.
has to be healthy. No, right?
She's been hired to be a voice in the room.
The Hello Helens at the bottom of your arms that sag down like this far and like scrunch up when you fold your arm. That's the picture of health. Having 3 distinct fat lumps on your arm is the picture of health.
Reminding officials about stigmas faced by overweight people while they are developing public
I can't zoom in, but I want to zoom in. How do I screenshot? Hold on. Aha, I got it. I'm gonna be very mean. But it has to be done. People like this need to be bullied. Edit. Great. No, that was a rotate. I don't want to do that. Where's edit? Edit. Great. No. That's, what the fuck? Here. Resize image. No, I just want crop tool. Oh my god. Edit. Oh my god. Everything is going wrong. I will be back shortly after a small hiatus of me cropping something. Now, okay, so now this is not a comment on her specifically, but if we're talking about health, and we're talking seriously about health, and this isn't a comment on the way I am, because I am not healthy. This is not a comment on my opinions on health. This is just pointing out the obvious here. That is not the picture of health. She looks incredibly unhealthy. Incredibly unhealthy. Like, they're like, this is way worse than I was. And I got to 160 kilos. I literally lost 70 kilos, right? And I lost 70 kilos not dieting. And it was purely because I cut out soft drinks. Sugar, soft drinks. Was
Yeah,
the
one of my
first
friends lost
30
100
kilos.
pounds just by not
Yeah.
drinking soft drinks.
Yep. The first thing that I ever did was cut out soft drinks and alcohol. Soft drinks and alcohol, cutting it out of my diet, changing nothing else. I dropped 30 to 40 kilos.
Can we stop looking at this person? It's kind of
Yes.
gross. They bother me. Did you all vote in the poll?
It was just sort of like she is not somebody, nor is anybody who looks like this somebody you should be listening to.
Nobody
for
has
health
voted
advice.
in the poll.
Like this is not a person you go to for health advice. She might have a PhD. She is not a doctor.
Are you a real doctor?
Health initiatives. Virgie has a lot of very extreme views about health and weight, so I was so surprised when I saw this hire. And for me, I feel very, very strongly that I owe myself health and I owe everyone that I love health. I think I have a duty to everyone in my life to try to be behaviorally healthy. Like, I can't help if I get a disease, but I can at least try to live in a way that doesn't cause everyone else around me anxiety. That's the way I think about it. And that doesn't mean you have to like run marathons, but I think that trying a bit is your
The
moral
what?
duty
The
to a degree.
marathon.
And I don't know if everyone has to agree with that philosophy.
Do you know about the
but
show
it
The League?
Probably should be your philosophy.
No.
The Show Me Your Genitals guy is on it,
Oh, is he really?
and he literally writes a song every episode.
Oh my god, that would be great. So okay, I thought she had a PhD. She does not. It's a Masters of Arts. She has a master's in an arts degree. She does not have a PhD. She is not a
Sounds
doctor.
qualified.
Her big claim to fame, so she's got a political science degree from Berkeley, and that's a bachelor, and then a master's in sexuality studies. This person is not somebody you should be listening to for health advice. This person is the equivalent of listening to Sam Harris about vaccines.
Yeah.
Or
and she's clearly
Joe Rogan.
on the Little Debbie lobby money.
Like
You have those, right?
Little Debbie? I know what it is, yeah.
But you have the same snack cakes. They're just called something else.
I
Like
imagine so,
zebra
yeah.
cakes?
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell you what they are,
Twinkie?
though.
Those are Hostess.
Actually, no, we
It's the
don't. We
same
don't.
shit.
Kind of like Twinkies. We can get Twinkies here. They're just kind of expensive. But we,
suck.
yeah, they're not great. We do have those sort of small edible sort of cake things that we can buy, but they're just sort of
Oatmeal
home brand.
cookie? Oatmeal pies?
Sure. I'm sure that you can get them here.
It seemed like a thing Australia would be into.
Well, we do. Anzac biscuits are basically oatmeal and one other thing.
It's probably an oatmeal pie.
I will tell you. Biscuit recipe.
You should just show me the
Rolled
product.
oats, desiccated coconut, and flour is all it is, and sugar,
But what does the product look like?
like an Anzac biscuit.
Okay. Those are just cookies.
Yeah.
That's not a Little Debbie. Little Debbie's
not the
got to
same.
have the synthetic shitty frosting and the god awful cream filling.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, no, we don't have these. We don't really have anything like this.
Zebra cake.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so I'm glad that we've established that this person is neither a medically trained person nor is she qualified to talk about it. Neither am I.
And she's fat.
Neither am I. But I was fat and lost 70 kilos. She's fat and is still fat. I think I have a better stance on weight loss than she does. Just from pure experience.
If you have a role in public health, like if your job is literally to increase the health of the public. You should have a basic interest in health. Because if you don't care about health, that's cool. You have the right to go set up a casino and cigar stand.
You know? But you gotta look at the person that's making the threats. This fat son of a bitch is challenging all of us, has been world champions before, been in this business 15, 20 years, and this fat son of a bitch is gonna trial us all out.
Calm down, okay? All right?
He's fat! I'm gonna...
about this.
I don't care if he don't... I'll make him bleed!
Soundbite. He's fat.
That's Scott Steiner. He's like not able to talk, and he just does promos like that where he's just mumbling and yelling.
Amazing. Well, it looks like that's a soundbite. We need that he's fat one.
You're a soundbite. You're a soundbite.
I try.
Got me. Allergies.
Wearing a mask, lib.
I need new filters for my air filter.
How much are the filters?
I don't know, but they're not going to help.
Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
My head is pounding from the allergies, too.
You don't have any aspirin or anything?
I'm basically out.
Excellent.
I think I have 2 left.
But it says her job is to remind officials about...
What?
Did you notice her background? We must have been covering it before. She has the best background so far.
Stigmas faced by overweight people while they are developing public health initiatives. Now, at first glance...
The doggo.
I know, right? Isn't that the best background yet?
It was pretty good.
I see nothing wrong with hiring...
I can't figure it out whether it's a pillow or an actual dog.
Someone to be like, hey.
It kind of looks like a pillow because there's no indentation on the chair.
Don't worry about your weight, just focus on engaging and healthy
It's a
behavior.
firm cushion.
That's a very helpful message. That could be the message that some people need to hear in order to do what they need to do to be healthy. Get your sleep, eat well, be active, try to make progress, and just do what you can from where you're at. If that was the message that Virgie was hired to promote, I see that as a positive thing, even if I don't agree with the rest of her ideas. But when I looked into it, Virgie's opinion actually seems to be the opposite of that. And nowhere is that more clear than her ideas surrounding exercise. So let's go take a look at her Instagram. Let's start first with this Instagram post. Virgie recently conducted a weight bias training to a group of government workers. And this training included the following 4 tips. Ending weight/food bias at work. Helping to decrease stigma around food and bodies at work means doing less of these 4 things. Number 1, talk less or not at all about how you or others eat at work. Okay, this is already a pretty big ask of your coworkers, I think. Obviously by this, Virgie really means don't talk about your diet. Do not talk about keto, paleo, carnivore, veganism, calorie counting, protein consumption, sugar reduction, or any other way that suggests that you are moderating what you consume, which is a major double standard because let's be real here. What would Virgie's opinion be if Nancy from accounting brought cake to the office?
It's so rich.
You know that talking about that office cake would be completely fine and perhaps encouraged. Well, unless someone asked for a smaller slice.
CRFI. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large.
Like, there's no way that Virgie is talking about outlawing talking about food in general because she spends half of her Instagram talking about what she's eating.
Well, why are you fat? I can't see any trend among anything that you have put online of you eating that could tell me why you are obese. Man, what a conundrum.
So obviously anyone would be allowed to talk about worshiping junk food at the office, but no one would be allowed to talk about trying to improve their blood sugar levels. It's just a little bit backwards, it's a little bit over the top, and it's genuinely concerning that this was part of a presentation given to a government organization. Okay, next tip. Number 2, talk less or not at all about your or others' bodies at work. Okay, that's fine. Number 3, talk less or not at all about exercise at work. So this is why I wanted to make this video. Every single person should be annoyed about this. There just ain't no way you're telling people not to talk about exercise at work. First off, that's like saying you can't talk about the weather if the weather made your health better in every single way. Exercise is just so unproblematic. It is literally one of the most health promoting behaviors of all time. Depending on who you ask, sleep might be number 1, but exercise is right up there with it. Regardless of body weight, if you exercise a few times a week, really exercise, even if you don't lose a pound of fat, you will be a way healthier human being. Weight loss is hard and not everyone will achieve it, but if everyone just committed to exercise, it would be an absolute game changer health-wise. And if someone is being hired to represent overweight people in the room and not pushing this message, it's just silly. A health expert discouraging discussion of exercise should not exist. But wait, maybe I have it wrong. Maybe Virgie is encouraging people to exercise. She recently held a Reclaiming Movement After Diet Culture workshop. My heart is so full after hosting the Reclaiming Movement After Diet Culture workshop today. Fat phobia, diet culture, and toxic fitness culture try to convince us that there is a line between legitimate exercise and illegitimate movement. Everything else we do all the time, like laugh, breathe, cry, hug our pals, run to get the last slice of pizza, make tea, bend over to give our fur children a pet, have sex, exist, etc., etc. Okay, well, there is a line. There's a distinction between running to get the last slice of pizza and exercising. But I think what's even more concerning is not only do these things not qualify as exercise, they don't even really qualify as movement. This is a whole workshop that, in theory, would be just encouraging people to do what they can. Like, lower the bar a bit, but be active in your own way. Do something from where you're at. But with Virgie, we can see that she lowered the bar from exercise to just movement, but then didn't even meet that bar. Let's go through this, okay? Laughing. I mean, you can call it movement. I mean, it's not really voluntary though, so it's kind of on the line. Breathing. Definitely does not count as movement. Crying. I mean, there's been times I would call it movement, I guess. Hugging our pals. I'm not going to qualify that one as movement. You're stationary, most of that. Running to get the last slice of pizza. Ironically, this is the most movement that is on this list. Making tea. Again, you are stationary throughout the entire thing, doesn't count. Bending over to give our fur children a pet. It scares me that Virgie's experience with day-to-day movement is so limited that bending over qualifies to her as movement. Have sex? Okay, sure, fine. Exist? Virgie, there is a clear line between exercising and existing, okay? I feel like the fact that exist is on this list. Considering that a lot of the time we are existing, it looks like this, and this, and this, I am gonna go ahead and declare that existing is not.
But that guy was
if you
using
added
the
up the
Wii.
steps from this daily
Look at the
movement, you'd
doggo
be at
now.
like 50.
Oh, it is a real dog.
I told you. That guy was using a Wii though.
Really?
That is pretty funny.
So he was doing exercise.
Yes, true. It is exercise. You can get a Wii board.
You would think that the entire point of a workshop like this would be like, you know what, no matter where you're at, you can do something. Go for a walk. Go outside and play with your kids, your pets.
Go
Keep
play
your
in
house really
traffic.
clean. Pick up a sport with your friends. Years ago on the channel, I covered a story of a really inspiring person named Jesse Shand. He was like 600 pounds, he could barely stand up, and to get started exercising, he literally just flopped around.
Miskers said that, hey, your weight, you could just literally flop around and lose weight. I laughed, I had to admit, but let's try that theory.
And that honestly was not only movement, that was exercise. It got his heart rate up,
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
sweating, it was
Exactly.
exercise, and it changed his life.
Uh-huh.
If we always just do what we can today and do a little bit better tomorrow,
Look at that.
we'll find ourselves one day in a
I
better
think
place.
That's
this
great.
lady
And so
also
you think
used to be a
that would
fatty.
Really interesting.
Look her up. See if she used to be a fatty.
really be the purpose of her being hired. Here are some clips from longevity doctor and author Peter Attia on the value of adding just a little bit of exercise to your life.
What's the difference in all-cause mortality if I go from doing zero exercise to doing just a bit?
Most of her channel early is about obesity and fat people.
Oh, I know she's a health lady. I
It
just
doesn't-
was
it
curious.
doesn't-
I thought she
it doesn't look
lost
like
a
it.
lot of weight.
No, it doesn't look like it.
I think she's actually a doctor too. Or at least qualified, maybe a physical therapist or something.
It doesn't say. Interesting.
From zero activity to just 90 minutes a week is about a 15% reduction in all-cause mortality.
So I'm 15% less likely to die.
And if you go from being completely sedentary to just doing 90 minutes a week.
You start looking at the health benefits of, purposeful but not really brisk walking. They're substantial. Walking the dog, the data on gardening. So the health benefits of light physical activity, light exercise.
Have you noticed that if you don't explicitly say something, like you imply something, or you say something in a way that, like, if you were to read it, is obviously implying what you're talking about, but if it's not explicitly said, they don't get it?
Somebody on Twitter?
No, it's about libertarians in general. I've just found this trend, right? That if you don't explicitly say what you're talking about, they don't get it. I want to say it's because they're all autistic, but that's not what it is. I think that they're just object permanence is probably a large part of it, where if the word's not there, they're not seeing it, and therefore it doesn't exist. It could be something like that. I don't know. It's a big problem, though. No wonder all of these information narratives work on them so easily.
Are substantial.
Going from completely sedentary to just doing some movement, not existing or running for pizza type movement, real movement, changes your health radically for the better. So you'd think that the point of a reclaiming movement workshop would be to promote this message, but instead, Virgie's message was literally this. What if, instead of trying for more movement each day, we just change the definition of movement? Some of Virgie's finest work, well worth whatever the taxpayers of San Francisco are paying her, I'm sure. Although I did see that the position was worth only like $12,000, so it's not anything crazy. But I mean, given the premises of the workshop, it's probably 12,000 too many. Virgie actually breaks it down further, and it honestly just gets worse. The premises of the workshop were, number one, we are all born movers. The universe is always moving, and so are we. She's literally saying that we're already moving because the planet is rotating, isn't she? That's what that says, right? I'm not.
She's a planet.
The universe is always moving. That's what that says. See, like, what do we actually do with this? The workshop is persuading people that exercise is unnecessary because the planet is rotating. This is why I don't want to talk about this stuff anymore. It's too out there for me. I just don't. But it actually blows my mind when I see university after university has invited Virgie to come and speak. She's given multiple speeches at Berkeley, a well-respected American university. And it actually kind of messes with your head a bit. You're like, am I missing something here? Or is what this person's saying actually not making any sense? Exercise is the rendering of movement into productivity and outcome. Usually that outcome is modification and disciplining of the body, a way of claiming the body as your responsibility rather than the responsibility of the collective. Exercise is a construction that is designed to generate blame, and that is why it can feel so loaded, so awful, even though it's just 1 foot here, 1 foot there, 1 arm here and 1 arm there. I don't know where to start. There's so much wrong with it. This is the perspective of someone who seriously couldn't possibly imagine exercising for any other reason than hating the way that your body looks. But Virgie, you know you have a heart and it is a muscle. You have a brain. I think thus far in society, exercise has had terrible PR. I think something we do a terrible job of in society is bringing home the message that exercise is not just a weight loss thing. It's barely a weight loss thing. It's a life thing. We all need to do it whether we like it or not every single day. In Peter Attia's Outlive, he says we'll actually have to train in order to do the following basic activities when we're like 70 or 80. Go for a nature hike through a hilly area. Pick up a grandchild. Carry in your own groceries. Lift a suitcase into an overhead compartment on an airplane. Open a jar. Have sex. Climb stairs without assistance. Isn't that insane? We won't be able to do any of that basic stuff if we don't train for it. In other words, at the time when most people get to retire, they will have zero quality of life if they don't train for it. And if you're very overweight or obese, which is Virgie's audience, it's who she's been hired to represent, you're actually going to need to exercise even more to account for this. And I know a lot of people aren't motivated by who they'll be when they're older. But if you also just want to be your best self in general, like today, exercise is inseparable from this. If you want to have your best brain today, you need to exercise today. I was actually reading this other book, Spark, about the benefits of exercise. There's a school in America that has these students exercising first thing in the morning, but like it's one of their classes, and they're doing really hard exercise. And they're finding that the kids that are taking this class first thing in the morning are crushing the rest of the day. I'll do a video on this book in the future. It's actually wild. And it's really the same with healthy eating too, though. If you want to have your best day today, not to mention when you're old, you got to eat healthy today. Mood, energy, memory, learning, just general like quickness and zippiness of your brain, that is all governed by movement and food and other stuff, but those are important. So yeah, Virgie, f off. Like if you have the entire concept of exercise, it's fair to not like it, okay? But if you hate it this much, you have to do some inner work, and you probably should not hold a position in public health of any kind. Like hating on exercise because of your experience with diet culture is like hating on vegetables. Oh yeah, that's right. Virgie and her friends did a whole skit hating on vegetables too.
Die, Kale, die! You vegetables! Die, veggie scum! Look at what we can do when we work together to vanquish patriarchy! I mean vegetables.
Not only that, but Virgie has had
Cringe. Maybe you should eat the vegetables instead of the alcohol in your hands.
Meat good, vegetable bad.
Calorie good, lots and lots of calorie. My daily calorie intake is 12,000 calories. Why am I fat?
some really terrible takes on childhood obesity recently
I was making
too.
shit
and
up.
I can't show you too much of their conversation because Dr. Phil is notorious for copyright striking, but I'm gonna take the risk for Virgie's views on childhood obesity. Dr. Phil had Virgie Tovar on his show along with this like fit pro-health medical doctor, and at some point he blatantly asks Virgie
You mean somebody qualified?
if she disagrees with the idea that we should end childhood obesity.
Does anybody disagree that if we can stop childhood obesity from a health standpoint, that we should? Does anybody disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
What do you think Virgie said?
Well, I basically know exactly what she's going to say because it's the same copy-paste talking points. But really, if you were to not engage the kids, but engage the parents as an adult education system to teach them about health and nutrition, that would by proxy trickle down to the kids, and then the kids would have better nutritional basis going into life. They would understand what good nutrition is. On top of that, if you get the I mean, it's all related, right? You can even include like health and fitness into like a sex ed course as well, right? If you're fat, you could become sexually impotent. I think that should be something taught, that obesity is actually detrimental to your reproduction. I'm pretty like there's a big trend, I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but women who are fat and lose weight have a significantly higher chance of falling pregnant in that time of weight loss because their estrogen is kicking back in. Funny how that works, isn't it? It's almost like the body.
Vote in the poll?
It's almost like the human body isn't made to be obese. I wonder what her bones look like. I wonder if she has any bone issues, like sore knees and joints and stuff. I bet you that's your body screaming at you to lose weight. But what do I know?
She's fat.
Well, she basically just flat out refuses to answer the question.
That's
just
amazing.
Kind of stutters.
I just think that it's a very big phrase. Right? Like at the end of the day, right? Long-term dieting sets people up to gain weight.
Oh my god. I'm so glad she said dieting. I'm not gonna stay on this for long. A diet is for life. A diet is literally for life. Your diet is cake and pastries. That's why you're fat.
Jeez,
no
the
exercise.
little Debbie lobby.
Right? So when we're talking about childhood obesity, if kids understand how to eat and then subsequently, if the state or people or whatever community, whatever thing you want, right?
Zoo pals.
Whatever entity you want to help you, if
Boink.
kids
Zoo
understand,
pals.
they are going to be better off for it. Much better off for it. On top of that, if you alleviate poverty
Zoo
and you
pals.
start actually looking
Zoo
at
pals
feeding
make
people,
eating fun.
and you look at helping people in life, they're going to give back more. They're going to give back better. Also, if you alleviate poverty, then food gets better.
His pants.
Food
What an
quality
idiot.
gets better, and then also health gets better, and then also there's less burden on the medical system, which means that overall healthcare costs go down, as well as insurance prices.
Ring the school bell.
So really,
Everybody
if we
listen
want
to the teacher.
if we want to help society, we should be trying to fix childhood obesity and implementing a health and nutrition education into the education system.
Hey, what's up, man?
Like,
hey, how you doing, man? All right, class, settle
this
down,
is
settle down. We got a
literally
lot
what
of
it needs
stuff
to
go
do.
today, so I want you to- Dude, Jerry, you pooped your pants, man.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't, guys.
Yes, you did. I can see it. You pooped your pants.
No, I didn't. I didn't poop my pants, guys. Okay, let's start over. Okay, let's start over. Let's pretend this never happened. Okay? Ring, the school bell. Everybody, listen to the teacher. Okay, hello, Mike. Another typical school day. I hope nobody poops their pants.
Jerry, it's all right, okay? Just go to the bathroom and clean yourself off, okay? Okay.
All right. Can anyone tell me the Pythagorean theorem?
It's a squared plus b squared equals c.
Hey, everybody! I'm the new kid. My name's Brian. I like to skateboard. I heard your last student pooped his pants. What an idiot! Hey, is that my seat? Hey, I like to skateboard. Maybe we can be friends. I never do anything to ruin our friendship like poop my pants.
Jerry.
Nobody's Brian.
Jerry, just please go to the bathroom and clean yourself up, okay? Please.
I want to know why I did this. Why, God?
All right. Anyway, Michael, the Pythagorean theorem?
Yeah, it's a squared plus b squared.
Hello, children. It's me, the principal. Don't mind me. I'm just here to observe. Hey, I heard one of your classmates pooped his pants. Oh, what an idiot. Is that my seat? Have you kids met the new kid, Brian? He seems pretty cool. He likes to skateboard. You won't find any poop in his pants. And another thing, as principal, I think the principal pooped his pants.
Great. What? Why?
To interrupt your rant.
Great. Because I definitely wasn't making a point there or anything.
Yeah, nobody cares
what-
though.
Cool.
They care about the new kid, Brian, and the poop in his pants.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, I'm going to go make some food.
Have you kids met the new kid, Brian? He seems pretty cool. You won't find any poop in his pants.
Here is Jesse Waters, and it's interesting. I wonder if they're nervous about the walls, or if it's just a sort of a generic knee-jerk response to having anybody who getting up and showing some type of fight. But
well, they were weird. They were upset about the weird stuff when he was deploying it, and then it was effective, and then he was put in the closet, or in the corner rather. Like, they are self-conscious about their lack of presence in popular culture, right? So right now they think they're back because Trump's on with Aiden Ross, and
he's from the demographic that they think they monopolize in their mind.
But I do think like they want to be perceived as the cool ones. Everybody wants to look like us. We're the Chads. We're the football players. So when they're mocked for being weirdos, it triggers something in them because they're the bullies. They don't want to be made fun of.
here is Jesse Waters. This is the guy. Oh, well, we'll talk about it in a second.
Well, his nickname's Tampon. No real man has a nickname like that. Well, that's what it is. I'm sorry. I didn't make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how masculine they are.
Just to be clear, his nickname is not Tampon. Any more than Jesse Waters' nickname is, date rapist.
Gets punched by Ryan Grimm.
It's not a nickname.
Tire slasher.
Good.
Well, no, but also I'm sorry. He wants to say real men. What did he say? That real men don't get beat up.
Let's go back and.
I'm just curious if Ryan Grimm has anything to say about this.
Make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how masculine they are. Maybe if you're a professional fighter, you can do that, but I don't know people that do that, and I know a lot of tough guys, like this guy, Greg Gutfeld. I have rules for men. They're just funny. They're not that serious. Like, you don't eat soup in public. You don't cross your legs. And you don't drink from a straw. And one of the reasons you don't drink from a straw is because the way your lips purse. It's very effeminate. And his excuse was, well, I was drinking a milkshake. Again, you shouldn't be drinking a milkshake. Milkshakes are for kids.
They're delicious.
Now, well, his nickname.
Do we have these pictures?
Look at you. Did you send me them somewhere? I'm looking.
Look at how ladylike I look with the straw.
First off, the all we hear from the right is this notion of defining what constitutes manliness. I mean, the entire Daily Wire crew of men. Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh.
That effeminate way his lips.
Is that a beautiful woman in front of him?
Yeah, I can't tell. What is he? Is he gender bending right now?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on with his pursed lips? I don't know how to orientate myself.
What's his
right
drag name?
But this is, this is all part of their project. Like the idea of trying to make Tim Walz seem girly. And as if this is like it does two things, right? One is appeals to their sort of to the insecurity that people who follow Jesse Waters about their own masculinity, and the way that they do that is by sort of like trying to sort of define others as being insufficiently masculine. But it also does the double work of like denigrating women.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is a problem that he does girly things.
Well, that's why trans women are such a threat to them, right?
100%.
So like that's because they view, and why they focus less on trans men is because, okay, masculinity is the dominant thing. We're very comfortable with the idea that that's who you are inside, or that you would want to be us. But if you want to be a woman, it also is the anxiety on the other end that they may be attracted to a trans woman and not know about it. So like, so when they come up with all these ways to police their behavior to act more masculine, it's because they're constantly thinking about it. And that means that you have an insecurity there, right? Like, most people who are comfortable in their masculinity don't have to create these boundaries and anxieties for themselves about how they eat food or drink a beverage because they're comfortable with it.
It's also a direct assault on the validity of the patriarchy, or you could just say the hierarchy that comes from this, that ultimately comes from Christian, or comes from religious fundamentalism. Because you don't hear that much about trans men, because there's a implicit sort of notion of like, well, of course you want to be a man.
Yeah.
Because that's higher on the hierarchy. But if you are a trans woman, you have given up you have said that your status as a man is not as important as what you feel inside you. And therefore it diminishes the status of men. It is saying that like your privilege there, you're discounting the privilege that you received as a man, and you've rejected it. And then it begins to, the idea is that there isn't necessarily an inherent, or should be an inherent, privilege in being a man within the context of society.
I think this also has a little bit to do why this stuff is more prevalent now is the internet. I think like online platforms are really good at using or teaching creators how to use anxiety to maintain engagement. So it's the same thing with like anti-vax stuff is really popular because like, oh wow, am I poisoning myself secretly? It's like how local used to do the things like the thing underneath the sink that might kill your kids. You need to check this out. But now it's like very, very common anxiety, especially in young men, like body counts. And that's in young women too, but like, which is, you know, how many people have you slept with?
Reverse,
sort of anxiety.
usually.
And this is the exact same thing. It's like, when did you lose your virginity? And is there something wrong with you because you're under socialized in a world where it's not conducive to socialize. And so everyone does have a lot of anxieties like this. It's horrible that, you know, people like Jesse Waters, who, you know, I don't really consider him much of a man, you know, whereas Tim Wall is literally, you know, football coach, maybe he wasn't the head coach, but whatever. And
veteran
in a rural school, as a teacher leading, or at least helping out the Gay Straight Alliance. Like, I'm sorry, that's impressive to me.
But they don't want masculinity to be that positive vision of masculinity. They want it to be the one that's exclusionary and that basically upholds their kind of vision of dominance. It's just like, we're in that period though where there are these online influencers who are selling snake oil to young men, Andrew Tate in particular, but it's all these other kind of branches off of that where they're selling them all of these rules and rigid ways to act as a man, and how a woman will respond to you and how she has to act as well. And then they go out into the world and they try to put this stuff out there and apply it to their social interactions. And it alienates them further because women, got to say right now, not happy with the Trump administration broadly, especially young women who you may be dating, and may not like all these rules that you're placing on our interactions about how I'm supposed to be. This should be a more shared relationship. So then the young men get rejected and they go back and they pay for more. And it's this cycle of addiction
and their resentment builds.
And
their resentment towards it because it's easier to blame the women than themselves in that instance.
Right, as opposed to zooming out and looking at women as human beings that you're having a co-equal relationship with.
It's certainly
they
not
sell
me.
them this false sense of empowerment. It further alienates them from women and other people, and they keep coming back for more. And like, I do think the right is trying to capitalize on this, and they have been successful in, and I think it's culminating in this like really horrific misogynistic backlash moment and really Me Too backlash moment that they have galvanized around.
It's a scab picking, and it's like a self-licking ice cream cone, because what happens when guys, like, say, take on these lessons from a Jesse Waters type or a Andrew Tate style, like you said, it further alienates them from other people. But that's good from the Andrew Tate perspective, because if you're not out with a woman, you're going to be back home watching the stream.
Yep.
And we should say, polling reflects this. I mean, Trump is severely underwater with women.
He's like giving a White House tour to everybody that's ever been accused of rape. Conor McGregor was there this week. His alleged victim had to have her tampons surgically removed.
The only set of he's severely underwater with college-educated women of all races.
Women
he
don't go to
is
college.
up with women without a college education by a small amount. I can't remember exactly the amount. He is way up with white men who are not college educated, slightly up with white men who are college educated. Every time they do this, this is their political, like the idea that the Democrats, or just broadly speaking, there's any type of identitarian politics. The entire Republican project is an identitarian, identitarian politics. I mean, that is the one foundational thing. What is the one principle that they've had over the past 10 or 15 years in terms of like even voters? What has been the defining thing that they have attracted? Is it deficit reduction? That went away. Was it? I
mean, you could say tax cuts for the rich, but
yeah, but I mean, I think like the broadly speaking, people are against the tax. They don't come out and say tax cuts for the rich. They're not. They will do it. We can see the data that shows what they're, but they deny that that's the case. I mean, even those, the people at Jubilee they weren't coming saying we need tax cuts for the rich, although one or two started to head in that direction. But for the most part, they were like, everybody's getting tax cuts. It's just an anti-government fervor. The one thing that has been consistent has been this notion of hierarchy, whiteness, and maleness. I mean, that is the one consistent pitch that has existed throughout the whole thing. Doesn't mean that every person who votes for Trump is a white nationalist misogynist, but it does mean that is the core in which their principles emanate from. Not the individuals. I'm talking about the political movement.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, that core proposition has to be translated and mutated slightly and watered down enough so that it's more palatable by the time it reaches their ears. So, it could be trans women in sports. It could be, women just, refusing to go out with guys, incel culture. It could be in the form of, abortion, on and on and on. But that the core from which it emanates from, that rock that hits that puddle or that pond and the ripples go out, the ripples become less defined as the further they out, but they come from the same place. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to be giving my official September 11th iceberg. There are some disclaimers I want to announce before I begin. The topics in relation to September 11th that I'm going to be discussing deal in multiple layers, some conspiratorial, some based off events on September 11th specifically. I do not endorse these theories necessarily, and like a typical internet iceberg, I will begin with the more normal topics and get deeper and deeper as the video goes on. This is not even close to everything in regards to September 11th, but it is a significant amount of information. So without further ado, let's get right into the iceberg, starting with Tier 1, which begins with Building 7. WTC 7 was a 47-story building located within the World Trade Center complex in NYC. On September 11th, it became the first known tall building to collapse, primarily due to uncontrolled fires. It was damaged from debris of the north and south towers, which had collapsed in the morning. The building's sprinkler system failed due to a lack of water pressure, allowing the fires to burn unchecked for several hours. At 5:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, after all of the firefighters had evacuated the building collapsed in an extremely peculiar fashion. Previously, fires had caused damage to high-rise buildings, but none had collapsed in a near symmetrical free-fall manner like WTC 7. And another oddity was the BBC reporting Building 7 had already collapsed prematurely. At 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 20 minutes before the building would actually collapse, the BBC aired a live report stating that the building had already fallen. Roughly 5 minutes later, the BBC's satellite feed cut out due to a reported technical issue. The term jet fuel steel beams relates to the expression that jet fuel cannot melt steel beams, which is a true statement. Jet fuel burns at a maximum temperature around 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. Steel melts at approximately 2500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is obviously much higher than the temperatures reached by the burning jet fuel alone. This is in relation to the point that jet fuel and the resulting fires caused the Twin Towers to collapse. A main counter of this would be that steel doesn't necessarily need to melt for either of the Twin Towers to collapse. The structural integrity of the towers were severely damaged by the weakening steel. Structural steel weakened significantly at around 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it said that the sag of the floors on top of each other led to the initial collapse, which then triggered a progressive chain reaction leading to the full structural failure. Flight 93 shot down is in reference to United Airlines Flight 93 crashing into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania on September 11th. This coming after passengers had attempted to retake control of the hijacked airplane. However, there has been speculation that the plane may have been shot down by the US military to prevent it from reaching its intended target, which was likely either going to be the White House or the US Capitol. The reason people believe that it was shot down rather than it crashing is based off of a number of things, most notably the abnormal debris field, which carried miles past the original crash site. Officials say the reason was because of wind patterns. The vice president at the time, Dick Cheney, was also reported to have authorized the military to shoot down the hijacked airplanes that morning. Some witnesses in Pennsylvania reported seeing a fireball, although I should note it is very difficult to trust eyewitness reports. Another thing that would lead some people to believe that it was shot down was due to the time. Flight 93 took significantly longer to make its turn back to its intended target. This was mainly thought to be because of hijacker hesitation. Bin Laden is in reference to the Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, who has been credited as the mastermind behind the September 11th attacks. He specifically strongly opposed U.S. stationing troops in Saudi Arabia after the Gulf War in 1991. He also condemned U.S. financial and military support of Israel, especially in conflicts with Palestinians. Bin Laden also blamed the U.S. for enforcing economic sanctions on Iraq in the 1990s as a reason for the attacks. On September 16th of 2001, 5 days after September 11th, Bin Laden initially
denied responsibility for the September 11th attacks. It wasn't until a 2004 video, which came out just days before the 2004 US presidential election, in which bin Laden openly admitted to orchestrating the attacks. Pentagon missile refers to the idea that the Pentagon was not struck with a plane, but with some sort of military missile on September 11th. This theory is based on the fact that there is extremely low-quality security footage of the plane coming into contact with the Pentagon. If you pause the only security video we have, it does appear to be the nose of a plane appearing, although the video has extremely bad frame rate and low resolution. Another reason people are wary of this event is because of the pilot precision to be able to fly so close to the ground and impact a more horizontal, not vertical, building like the Pentagon. This theory has been widely debunked, most notably by eyewitnesses hearing the plane's loud engines along with plane parts being found within the wreck. Stairwell A is a reference to the only workable stairwell in either of the Twin Towers after the planes had impacted the buildings. There were a total of 3 main stairwells within each building. Because of the direct middle impact, all 3 stairwells were severed within the North Tower. But because the way the plane impacted the South Tower, it was more of a side collision, Stairwell A was spared and was accessible for people to escape from the upper floors above the impact zone. August 6th briefing is in reference to a morning briefing U.S. President George W. Bush received on August 6th, a little over a month before September 11th. The briefing was titled, quote, "Bin Laden determined to strike in U.S." The briefing was delivered to Bush at his ranch in Texas, contained intelligence reports indicating that bin Laden and al-Qaeda were planning to attack on U.S. soil. It specifically noted that bin Laden was determined to carry out an attack, but it did not provide specific details on the time, location, or method of the attack. Florida training refers to the training that the hijacker pilots received before the attack. Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker on American Airlines Flight 11, took flight lessons from Hoffman Aviation School in Florida in 2000 and also early 2001. The flight instructor who taught Atta the plane operations later testified, "What's interesting is they did not receive direct training on flying large aircrafts like the Boeing planes that they would later pilot, but they did receive basic flying skills and navigational techniques which helped enable them to take control of the planes." Saudi connection is in reference to the fact that 15 out of the 19 hijackers were Saudi citizens, and long-standing suspicions that individuals within Saudi Arabia, primarily including government officials, had some level of involvement or knowledge of the attacks, including one key suspect who was a Saudi nationalist in San Diego, who reportedly provided assistance to 2 hijackers and had ties to Saudi intelligence. Recent documents that were declassified in 2021 exposed the fact that officials within Saudi Arabia had knowledge of a potential terror attack happening in America. Stock fun is in relation to the strange amount of stock manipulation that happened in the days leading up to September 11th. In those days, there was an unusual high amount of volume of put options, which profit when a stock drops on both American Airlines and United Airlines.
Yes, because
it should be noted that, curiously enough, this was not a universal trend in early September of 2001. American Airlines and United Airlines both saw big money bet against their stocks in specific, but it was not an industry trend, meaning there was not big money bet against other airline stocks. Both of those airlines were obviously involved in September 11th, and their stock prices subsequently decreased. Magic Passport is in reference to a passport that was found after the Twin Towers were hit, but before they collapsed in New York City on September 11th. The passport supposedly belonged to one of the muscle hijackers that was aboard American Airlines Flight 11, the airplane that crashed into the North Tower. According to reports, his passport was discovered near the World Trade Center wreckage by a civilian and was handed over to the NYC police to be investigated. This was all to have happened within the period of time of the plane hitting the building and the collapse, because if the building had collapsed, obviously the mass amount of debris would have covered up the supposed passport. The discovery has been subject to a lot of skepticism and conspiracy theories, as people have questioned how a paper passport could survive the intense explosion. However, it should be noted that it is somewhat reasonable for lightweight materials like paper to survive impacts like that, although the odds on one of the hijacker's passport surviving and tumbling to the ground after that impact, and then for it to also be subsequently recovered before either of the buildings collapsed, seems extremely low. Atta Main Trip is in reference to a last-minute trip that lead hijacker Muhammad Atta and fellow muscle hijacker Abdul Al-Mari took on September 10th, the day before 9/11. On the evening of September 10th, they both drove from Boston to South Portland, Maine, and checked into a Comfort Inn near the Portland Jetport. It is said that they did this possibly to try and avoid the higher security of the Boston airport. The idea would be to utilize the smaller Portland airport with more laxed security and use the Boston flight as a connector, so flying from Portland to Boston and then not having to go through security in Boston because you already went through it in Portland. Atta and the fellow hijacker ran some errands on the night of September 10th, including going to a Pizza Hut as well as Walmart. They were on a CCTV camera withdrawing money at an ATM as well. Atta's luggage, which was supposed to be transferred from Portland to Flight 11, was left behind in Boston due to a missed connection. Authorities were then able to recover his will, flight training manuals, and other documents. Larry Silverstein refers to the owner of the World Trade Center complex when September 11th happened. There are certainly some oddities in relation to Silverstein. He purchased the complex in July of 2001, just months before 9/11, securing the lease evaluation around $3.2 billion. After acquiring the lease, Silverstein immediately insured the buildings, including coverage for terrorist attacks. Now, there is some debate on whether or not terrorism insurance was common at the time, but to be fair, it is understandable considering the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Silverstein, on September 11th, was notably absent from the Twin Towers, a place he had been religiously every weekday since acquiring the complex. He would normally have breakfast on the Windows on the World restaurant high up within the North Tower, but on September 11th had a orthodontist appointment. Both his son and daughter, who also worked inside the World Trade Center complex, were absent on that day. In a 2002 PBS interview, Silverstein can be heard recalling the collapse of Building 7 by saying, quote, "You know, we've had such a terrible loss of life, maybe the smartest thing to do is to pull it." And they made that decision to pull, and we watched the building collapse. He claims he was saying pull it in terms of pulling the operation, meaning pull all of the firefighters away from Building 7. Definitely an odd choice of words. Silverstein ended up getting a payment around $4.2 billion, which was subsequently mostly reinvested back into the rebuild of the World Trade Center complex. $2.3 trillion is in reference to a speech given by Donald Rumsfeld on September 10th, the day before 9/11. He stated that the Pentagon could not account for $2.3 trillion in transactions, essentially admitting that the money was untraceable due to outdated accounting systems. The section of the Pentagon that was hit on September 11th housed the Office of Naval Intelligence and DoD accounting offices investigating financial discrepancies. Some speculate this attack destroyed key evidence that would be relevant to the missing $2.3 trillion. After September 11th, the focus on the Pentagon financial mismanagement completely disappeared because of the terrorist event. Operation Bojangles is in reference to a failed terrorist plot that was supposed to take place in the mid-1990s, a few years before September 11th, involving bombing 11 airplanes simultaneously in flight. Another part of the plan involved hijacking an airplane and crashing it into the CIA headquarters in Virginia. Khaled Sheikh Mohammed was a key architect of Operation Bojangles and later became a mastermind behind September 11th. Bojangles was seen more as a trial run for September 11th. After the failure, Al-Qaeda shifted its focus from bombs to hijacks, and in turn focused its target on U.S. landmarks and important buildings like the World Trade Center complex and potentially the White House. Cleveland turn refers to Flight 93, which was the flight that crashed in Pennsylvania, making its turn back to its intended target after the hijacking just south of Cleveland. This was unusual and not part of the original hijacking plan. The theory is that the hijackers aboard Flight 93 got cold feet and hesitated, waiting until the plane was over Ohio to initiate the hijack and subsequent turn. This would help enable the passengers of Flight 93 to understand what was going on, communicating with the ground regarding the other hijackings, with the realization that the plane was intended to eventually be crashed. There was also some confusing reports that suggested United Flight 93 had actually landed at Cleveland Hopkins Airport. Obviously, those rumors were incorrect. Hamburg Cell is in reference to a former Islamic terrorist cell located in Hamburg, Germany. The members of the cell were all main contributors in September 11th. The group formed in the late 1990s among Arab students attending Hamburg universities. By 1999, the group sought training from Al-Qaeda. This happened in Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden and senior Al-Qaeda leaders recruited them for the eventual 9/11. The members of the cell moved to the United States in 2000, with several of them becoming the hijacker pilots. They took flight lessons in Florida. One of the reasons the cell was able to operate going pretty much completely undetected was because at the time Germany had relatively lax surveillance on Islamic extremists. Dancing Israelis is a reference to 5 Israeli men who were perched from an advantageous position in clear view of both towers, dancing, posing, and celebrating with a camera as the towers burned in the background on the morning of September 11th. It was so noticeable, a bystander who was looking at the towers with binoculars over top of the parking lot in which the men were located reported the 5 men to police along with their white van, which supposedly was part of their moving company, Urban Movers. The men left in their white van sometime after both of the towers were hit. Later on the afternoon of September 11th, at around 3 o'clock, an alert went out to police to look for this white van. A few hours later, it was located. The 5 Israelis originally denied having involvement in the event, saying their position was just a coincidence and that they got there after the first building was hit. There are differing reports on this, but it was later said that the white van was seen there at around 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time before the first plane was hit. The U.S. government has confirmed there are photographs that exist of the 5 men smiling, laughing, and even in one instance holding up a lighter right under where one of the towers was burning. There are around 80 photos total. The arrested Israelis were caught with money in their socks and tested positive for explosive residue in the van and on their clothing. The company that they had worked for was later found to be a shell company started by another Israeli. When the FBI went to question him 3 days after September 11th, he fled to Israel. Let's Roll is in reference to a statement made by United 93 passenger Todd Beamer, who was on the phone with an operator at the time, and you could hear him say in the background, quote, "Are you ready? Okay, let's roll," in regards to trying to take back control of the airplane from the hijackers. Of course, at this point, it was already known that the 3 other planes had been hijacked and flown into the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, and their plane was inevitably doomed if they did nothing. Jewish art students is in reference to the reports of a group of young Israelis, many of them claiming to be art students, inside the United States before September 11th and allegedly engaging in suspicious activities near federal buildings, DEA offices, and even locations associated with the 9/11 hijackers. In 2001, the DEA issued an internal memo about Israeli nationalists posing as art students visiting government facilities under questionable circumstances. These students were all reportedly attempting to sell artwork, and in some instances entering restricted areas of government buildings. The report suggested they were conducting some kind of intelligence gathering operation. Some reports claim that certain art students lived near the 9/11 hijackers in places like Hollywood, Florida. That would have been a location where the hijacker pilots would have been training. There was speculation that the students were spying on Al-Qaeda operatives, possibly on behalf of the Israeli intelligence Mossad. Vegas meeting refers to an important meeting led by the most influential 9/11 hijackers. At least 5 of the hijackers visited Las Vegas multiple times between May and August of 2001. They stayed at low-budget hotels and reportedly visited strip clubs, casinos, and bars, possibly being done as a last hurrah before September 11th. The meetings were mainly focused around the pilot hijackers, and I make the distinction between the pilot hijackers and the muscle hijackers. It would make sense that they would have advanced meetings and advanced knowledge, considering there are rumors that they were the only ones that had advanced knowledge of the actual event. There are people that say the muscle hijackers, the ones that were just there to overwhelm and hijack the airplane, didn't know they were going to die until the night or the morning of September 11th. Las Vegas casinos allowed cash transactions, which are harder to trace. It's a possible reason why the Vegas visits, along with it being a neutral meeting point. Power Down WTC is in reference to an alleged major power outage that took place the weekend before September 11th. This would have taken place on September 8th and September 9th. Scott Forbes, who was a former employee inside of the World Trade Center, had claimed that the offices in the second World Trade Center, the South Tower, had a power down event that supposedly lasted about 36 hours from Saturday morning until Sunday afternoon. He said that they disabled security cameras and electronic systems. However, there is no record or confirmation that this event even exists from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Climbing down the tower refers to a man that attempted to scale down the side of the North Twin Tower in an escape attempt. He would have had to shimmy himself against both sides of the slit outer wall, in which, confirmed on video, he was able to shift himself down about 10 floors before. And this part is mainly speculation, but with the South Tower collapsing, it potentially caused him to fall off. It has been disputed whether he made it down 10 floors or 20 floors, but there are some photos of a broken window directly next to him, and unfortunately, with the way the Twin Towers worked, there would have been no way to maneuver over that window or even know there was a broken window on the other side of the slit wall. The Nauduit film refers to the documentary captured by French filmmakers on September 11th. Their film, which was originally intended to follow a rookie firefighter through New York City, became the only known footage of the first plane hitting the North Tower. It was filmed by a total coincidence, as the video shows a somewhat mundane scene of a firefighter doing a routine inspection of a gas leak. Suddenly, a plane can be heard buzzing overhead, in which eyewitnesses recalled peculiar, considering with how loud New York City is. You normally don't hear planes that obnoxiously, and that is the plane that ended up crashing directly into the North Tower. The footage also displayed the lobby inside the North Tower before either buildings collapsed. It's extremely eerie footage, knowing the building is already doomed, because at that point, the filming on the interior of the lobbies was done after the buildings had been hit. Clean Break Memo is in reference to a memo that was originally created in 1996 as a policy document written for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by a group of neoconservative strategists. The memo outlined a strategy for Israel to reshape its regional security policy. This memo happened to specifically include the removal of Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, and also taking a more aggressive stance towards its neighbors. The United States under Bill Clinton, who was president until 2001, was more focused on a more peaceful approach, promoting negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians. He was not interested in a regime change in Iraq like the clean break memo had suggested, and instead pursued sanctions along with airstrikes. But after September 11th, the same original authors of the clean break memo were extremely instrumental in pushing the United States to invade Iraq, which they claimed was necessary in part because of September 11th, and at that point they did have significant public support because of the horrible terror event. Elevators is in reference to the elevator system that malfunctioned as an effect of the planes crashing into the Twin Towers. The elevator system inside the towers operated with both local and express elevators all connected through two sky lobbies located on the 44th and 78th floor, which were the main congestion points of the buildings. When the buildings were impacted, some of the express elevator cars completely broke off, causing them to drop all the way to the bottom, which created extremely loud noises which some interpreted as bomb sounds. The elevators also functioned as chimneys, as heavy smoke built up inside the extremely tall express elevator shafts. Fireballs that were ignited by jet fuel shot down the elevator shafts all the way to the lobby. The exact second the towers were impacted, the elevators immediately stopped working, causing people to be trapped between floors if they were in the elevators at the time of the impacts. The sprinkler system flooded several of the elevator shafts before the buildings collapsed. Epstein Paper Planes refers to a painting called War Games that was found in Jeffrey Epstein's townhome in New York, depicting the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush, sitting down with a smile on his face holding a paper airplane along with two piles of Jenga blocks. The painting is presented in a subjective way to make it seem like the piles were once Jenga towers, potentially depicting the Twin Towers that are now collapsed with Bush laughing sitting behind them. With the connections that Jeffrey Epstein had, the painting could be interpreted a number of ways. It could be just some kind of sick joke in relation to W. Bush's leadership, or it could be a hint that there was some type of involvement within the Bush administration on September 11th. Epstein himself donated to both Democrats and Republicans, although his political donations were mainly to Democrats. He did have relationships within the Bush administration, like many powerful billionaires. The painting itself was described to originally be a critique of George W. Bush's handling of September 11th and the Iraq War, but it is certainly interesting that Epstein had it in his possession. LOL Superman is in reference to a YouTube video that may or may not have existed in relation to the 9/11 jumpers. The video, whose existence has been disputed, was said to have originally depicted an individual filming people jumping from the towers. The video would have been shot within the World Trade Center plaza and would be the only extremely close jumper footage we have. It is said that the video existed on the early days of YouTube, likely in between the years 2006 and 2009. Around 2014, YouTube purged many graphic September 11th videos, in part to appease advertisers. It is said that the video either never actually existed, and the amount of testimony we have claiming the video exists only as part of the Mandela effect, or the video actually did exist in the infancy of YouTube and was scrubbed without anyone archiving it. Core still standing refers to the building cores of the North and South Tower remaining upright for around 10 to 15 seconds after the initial collapse of the Twin Towers. If you look closely at the tower's collapses, you will notice remnants of both of the cores still upright. This was something I discovered by accident when I was watching the towers collapse a few years ago. It intrigues me the idea that there were still parts of the towers remaining upright, even if it was only for 10 to 15 seconds. It's speculated that the areas that were still standing were mainly bathrooms and elevator shafts, which is what was contained within the building core. Interestingly enough, even though remnants of the core lasted a little bit longer than the entirety of the building, it was always doomed the second the building fell. The core at that point was already structurally compromised. Building 6 is in reference to the lightly talked about Building Number 6 located inside of the World Trade Center complex. Buildings 4, 5, and 6 were largely irrelevant, 9-story office buildings that surrounded the Twin Towers. The fascination of Building 6 comes from the giant crater left in the middle of it, with all of its outer walls still intact. The North Tower would have done the main damage to Building 6 based off of its location. Some speculate this hole existed even before the towers collapsed. In any event, it's an extremely weird debris pattern. The building's main purpose was to handle customs enforcement, trade, compliance, and financial regulation. There is speculation regarding a potential internal explosion that could have caused the massive crater, although to be fair, it does seem extremely unlikely explosions would have caused Building 6 to collapse, considering the relative insignificance of the building. Holographics refer to the conspiracy theory that the airplanes that crashed into the North and South Tower were not real physical planes, but rather advanced holograms projected into the sky, possibly accompanied by missiles or explosions to create the idea of destruction. This includes the no plane theory, which suggests that the planes could not have penetrated the Twin Towers so cleanly, and that the impacts lacked typical aircraft crash debris, such as wings breaking off or engines falling to the ground. However, with planes traveling around 500 miles per hour, the visual that showed the airplane basically being engulfed by the building is understandable due to the speed of the plane. This conspiracy theory is widely dismissed by even people that significantly distrust the story on September 11th. No hijackers is in reference to the theory that the airplanes were controlled remotely without any actual hijacker involved in their crashes. This theory claims that the planes were taken over using advanced military technology and flown into their targets. It suggests that the alleged hijackers were either patsies or were never on the planes in the first place. Some of the theories draw similarities to Operation Northwoods, which is a declassified 1960s U.S. military plan that proposed a false flag attack to justify war. Gore floor is in reference to the 78th floor on the South Tower, aka one of the main hubs of the building. It was a sky lobby where it is thought that many people gathered in an attempt to exit the building after the North Tower was hit. And of course, we know initially people were told to remain in the South Tower. It was part of the protocol because of potential falling debris from the North Tower. People didn't know it was intentional initially, although eventually they did decide to start evacuating. With so many people congregated in a single area, Flight 175 struck the tower and it impacted that exact area, hence the name Gore Floor. Hell Floor refers to an entire floor within the North Tower that was completely engulfed in flames. Due to the Twin Towers' open floor plan, fire was spread a lot easier, with furniture and office supplies spreading the flames. There was a distinct floor from the North Tower that you could tell just from ground level was completely on fire. It makes sense that the North Tower would more likely to have a floor fully engulfed than the South, considering fires burnt a lot longer in the North as it was hit first but fell last. So guys, that is going to do it for my official 9/11 iceberg. I probably will be doing a 2.0 version, if I'm going to be honest, considering there is a lot.
How come nobody vote in poll? That's what I want to know. That's the mystery I want solved. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide? Who am I? What am I? Nothing.
What? You putting something else on?
Nope. Just waiting
Why?
for you to come back. Oh,
So
my
put a movie
fucking
on.
neck. Huh?
So put a movie on.
I need people to vote in the poll.
Just put something on.
But they need to vote. One more person needs to vote at least. Or else we won't have democracy anymore. It's gonna die in the darkness. They don't listen to me. They hate me. You haven't yelled at them to tell them to vote. It's your fault. You don't even care.
Soy veterano en la guerra de Vietnam, como hay aquí también. Mi hija es abogada aquí. Los gobiernos no trabajan como debe ser.
Yo, what's up, guys? We're live in El Paso, Texas. Behind me, that sign says Bienvenidos. That means welcome to the United States of America. Our Latin American correspondent, Josue, is across the border right now, speaking to some recently deported people in the border town of Ciudad Juarez. Here's the scene on the ground.
Pues me agarró la migración trabajando sin papeles allá en un rancho.
¿Cuántos años logró estar allá en Estados Unidos?
26 años más o menos.
¿Como del 99?
Sí.
¿Y su familia se quedó allá?
Sí.
¿Y su familia ya es legal allá?
Sí, se te cae el sueño americano.
¿Por qué saliste de El Salvador?
Para poder sacar a mi familia adelante, pues, porque allá está fregado también. Pues ganan $10 al día, $15 al día. Salí para poder ver si podía cumplir el sueño americano.
Ya ahora ya no, sueño americano ya no.
Ya no.
Ibas en busca del sueño americano.
Sí, lastimosamente se nos acabó el sueño.
¿Ahorita sigues esperando lo del sueño americano?
No, yo digo que ya esto se acabó. Ya no podemos pasar para Estados Unidos.
Pues es difícil, el sueño americano.
Para lograr entrar, ¿verdad? Sin papeles es difícil y pues, para lograr hacer los
You
papeles.
didn't tell anyone to vote.
Está más difícil todavía. Está muy duro el sueño americano, pero hay que echarle ganas. ¿Qué tiene?
¿Quieres vivir en los Estados Unidos o no?
Oh, no, gracias.
¿Qué estás haciendo aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Oh, vengo aquí al centro de compras.
Para comprar cosas.
Sí, creo que la cultura en México
just so
es
out of it
más
because of my
divertida.
allergies.
Y la comunidad, la gente. Si tienes ganas de hacer algo en
And my
México, vas a
neck
cualquier
is
lugar. Y
still
aquí es
so
un poco muy
fucked
diferente la vida. Amo Juárez y México.
As you guys know, the border's been a pretty hot topic for the past couple years, and during the Biden
Hot
administration,
topic.
the El Paso Juarez border was by far one of the most overrun by undocumented migration. It's a bit of a tense scene here right now, but there is some very impassioned individuals who are speaking their mind right here on the border. I think I can hear one right now.
¡Arriba Trump! ¡Arriba Trump, paisanos! ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Mucha violencia, los otros inmigrantes, roba y roba. Inmigrantes, roba celulares, pega y roba celulares. Los otros mexicanos, puedo
How do
trabajar
you say
también,
kill
no
yourself in
solamente los
Spanish?
jóvenes de otros países. ¿Qué pasó con Guatemala y Honduras?
Just asking for a friend.
Is this guy a racist white Mexican?
I think he's
Who
just a
says
white guy
other
that knows
immigrants
Spanish.
are responsible?
Is that what it says?
I think he's saying other immigrants are responsible for the Mexicans getting deported because the Mexicans are workers and these immigrants are freeloaders. I think that's what's happening here.
He just looks like a white guy yelling at them about how good Trump is getting rid of them.
Honduras, El Salvador. 100 niños diarios, regreso escondido en la otra puente. ¿Por qué no cámaras por eso? Criminals. Afganistán, 2,000 muertos en 20 años. México, 2,000 muertos cada semana, 600 semanas enseguida. Can you back up just a little bit?
Hey, what's up, guys? Or should I say, ¿qué tal, amigos? ¿Quieres escuchar todo este video en español? Simplemente dirígete a la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla y haz clic en el botón que dice configuración. Aparecerá un barra de herramientas y solo tienes que hacer clic en el botón que
What the fuck? Interesting.
dice pistas de audio y seleccionar español. Y boom, después de esto, todo este video está en español. Ok, adiós, amigos. The border's been a hot button issue for the past couple years, and it's definitely what got Donald Trump elected, among other obvious factors.
Black spaces are important, and they should be enjoyed by black people, for black people.
We covered the border a bunch over the course of the past year and a half, and I'm not gonna lie to you, it is a up and horrendous situation. The key thing I think to think about here is that two things can be true at the same time. So first off, it is true that there has been incidents of horrific crimes that have been done by people who are undocumented, much of which has been relentlessly publicized to give the impression that undocumented migrants commit more crimes than U.S. citizens. But it is also true that the path to citizenship right now is totally broken, and a lot of that has to do with the Biden administration's lax policy regarding asylum seekers, which has bloated the immigration courts to the point of dysfunction. So to qualify for legal asylum in the U.S., one must be able to prove that they've suffered persecution or have a reasonable fear that their life is in danger due to their ethnicity, religion, nationality, membership in a social group, or political opinion. Asylum is applied for by way of a request form called I-589, which is submitted to a federal judge who then has the power to either approve or deny your asylum request. If denied, you'll be deported, and if approved, you'll be given refugee status, which allows you to get a work permit, social security card, government assistance, and eventually the ability to become a lawful citizen if you don't break the law during the first couple years. So it used to be, if you wanted to apply for asylum in America, you had to wait in Mexico, you had to request an appointment, and then once it was time for your appointment, you could go into America briefly and be heard by a judge. Well, that changed under the Biden administration, and it made it so you could actually come to the U.S. illegally and make your asylum application here, and you couldn't be deported until you were heard for your hearing. So that should explain some of the footage that you saw in our coverage of the border crisis last year, where after hopping the border, migrants were not attempting to evade Border Patrol, but rather deliberately seeking them out to begin the asylum-seeking process.
¿Qué significa asilo?
Pues que ayudan a las personas con los niños que vienen de...
Like, that's literally a good thing.
de México para acá.
¿Es una proceso fácil?
Pues yo digo que sí.
So because of that overflow, right now the average wait time is 7.5 years in New York City for an asylum appointment. So you have millions of people who came here illegally who are awaiting their application hearing, sitting in shelters and elsewhere in the US. They can't get their work papers. It's tough for them, tough for the border, tough for everybody. It's a pretty bad situation. So Trump's plan is to cancel all new asylum hearings moving forward.
And we gotta do it.
Dozens of migrants were notified their appointments with U.S. Customs were canceled moments after Trump took office.
No, aún no me llegaba la cita. 8 meses aquí en México y aún nada que llegaba la cita.
¿Y aquí en Ciudad Juárez cuánto tiempo ya?
Voy para el mes.
Tengo aquí esperando 1 año y medio la cita, pero no me salió. Y tampoco he dado el intento de pasar ni nada de eso.
Yo tenía la cita aprobada ya.
¿Del CPM?
Así es, yo la tenía para el 27 de enero.
¿Ya tenías tú la cita pedida?
Hasta la cita los eliminaron. Ya no la podemos pedir ya.
Exactamente el lunes me cayó el correo de confirmación por la CDP que el programa estaba cancelado y que mi cita ya no era válida. Ya no puedo presentarme al puerto de entrada.
¿Y tú ahora cómo ves la llegada de Trump al poder?
Negativa ahorita con lo de la cita porque realmente yo estaba ilusionado que ya iba para allá. Yo con mi novia ya estábamos ilusionados que íbamos para allá y pues... No se logró.
And yeah, it just sucks right now in general. So we're gonna go talk to Josué and figure out what the heck's going on.
Mi contacto americano.
¿Qué onda?
¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo estamos?
Muy bien, no frontera, no problema.
No visa, no problema. I feel the American dream here. Oh, shit.
Mi cosa favorita sobre México son los perros en la calle.
Aquí hay muchos perros. Hay gangas de perros que controlan las calles. Esto es todo un tema, porque aquí de repente hay calles en las que no puedes pasar porque una ganga de perros la controla.
Estoy adentro de México.
¿Eso es legal?
Ya eres color sepia de este lado. Hey chicos, esto es Canal 5 con Josué y...
This is Andrew, you're watching Channel 5. We're here at the U.S.-Mexico border, and as many of you know, Trump just issued some massive deportation orders.
Hoy estamos haciendo un reportaje acerca de los problemas en la frontera, la llegada de Donald Trump, la caída del CPM-1 y pues todos los problemas fronterizos que enfrenta hoy día aquí Ciudad Juárez.
Yeah, I can't really go to Mexico, and Josué can't come to the U.S. because of visa restrictions, so this is what we're doing.
No hay visa, pero tampoco hay pedo. Estamos entrando justo a uno de los túneles que nos dicen que utilizaban anteriormente los migrantes para cruzar.
Tonight we are getting a closer look inside that man-made tunnel that connects.
It's more like it's just losing its soft power. That's all.
Did you vote in the poll?
We'll see what happens.
All the way from Ciudad Juárez
Not
into El Paso, which prompted a multi-agency response from both U.S. and Mexican officials.
Bueno, los coyotes por este tipo de túneles cruzaban a los migrantes. Uy, sí hay muchas cucarachas. Uf. Se supone que todo esto conecta a la ciudad, ¿no?
Todo lo que es el centro de Juárez conecta a la catedral y a una escuela que se llama La Revolución. Y de aquel lado de Estados Unidos, pues ya conecta con varios locales.
Así de antiguos son, ¿no? Como cuando se traficaba alcohol, cuando el alcohol era ilegal.
De Capón y así. Y hace no tanto, a lo mejor unos 10, 15 años fue cuando clausuraron todo este pedo.
Okay.
Se supone, ¿verdad? Que ha quedado todo clausurado.
I'm not an anarchist.
Realmente no.
No sabemos bien.
No sabemos.
Por obvias razones no mostramos en qué lugar nos dejaron pasar, pero sí, sí es unos túneles bastante bien hechos. Podemos observar bastantes cucarachas muertas en el suelo. Ah, sí, mira, aquí se ve la puerta que alguna vez hubo, ¿no?
Yeah, hey Nicole, so they're filling and sealing up this sophisticated.
I mean, look, don't dick ride tyrants and I'm fine. Yeah, we had a bit of a discussion about North Korea, and that's sort of one of the least
I
ones
only
I care
hate people
about.
who don't vote in my poll.
Like, North Korea, I'm just sort of, like, comparatively on the world stage, Kim Jong-un is mild. On like
yeah,
dictator
plus he's
levels.
friends with Dennis Rodman, who's a cool guy.
Sorry, Kim Jong-un, I mean.
I don't know. I actually
Kim
don't
Jong-il is funny.
think so. I think Dennis Rodman might also be a rapist, but I'm not sure.
Oh, really?
I don't remember. Oh, you think that's funny?
Sophisticated.
I just think it's funny that rapists tend to gravitate to tyrants. I think it's funny.
Well, Dennis Rodman is kind of an enigma.
He is a very interesting guy. But yeah, like, North Korea is one of the countries that I'm not really, like... You can defend North Korea, and I'm not really going to be like, oh, whatever. I'll probably be like, oh, well, I mean, starving and cult of personality, totalitarianism... He's fat while everybody is sort of not...
He's
getting
fat!
adequate food. As I said the other day, they probably should open up their borders at minimum. I think that would be a good thing for North Korea. But, yeah, an argument can be made for supporting North Korea if you want to. I don't really care.
Tunnel that sources say transnational criminal organization were moving around 1,000 people a week through this tunnel.
¿Cuántas cosas no habrán pasado por aquí?
The majority in that case, especially if you're coming through a tunnel, will be exploited. Either not just sexual exploitation, but fraud, labor fraud as well, and forced labor.
Sigamos en nuestra investigación acerca de los migrantes en Juárez. Y aquí a mis espaldas está Gracia Abundante, una iglesia / refugio donde se le cobra 100 pesos a cada migrante para que tenga acceso a un catre y a baño y a la cocina. La verdad es que la mayoría son venezolanos y colombianos.
Nosotros estamos pagando una habitación, pues nuestro pensamiento en estos momentos es quedarnos y esperar a lo que...
Like one of my favorite movies has Kim Jong-il in it.
y Dios decida. O sea, en cualquier momento yo sé que sí nos va a dar la oportunidad, pero debemos esperar.
O sea, que cruzar legalmente, no has intentado otra forma.
No, me da mucho miedo, sobre todo por mi hija.
Estoy alquilando una habitación, que ahí estamos en la lucha constante a ver qué sucede. No nos vamos a quitar la esperanza y esperamos que los que tenemos la cita, que tuvimos la cita confirmada, esperamos que seamos los primeros a ver qué pasa.
Sí, cobran 100 pesos diarios.
100 pesos diarios, ¿y a qué tienes acceso con esos 100 pesos?
Vos la bañás.
What's your opinion on what's your opinion on North Korea overreacting to the interview movie? I'm curious.
Y a cocinar.
Si lo ponen un día por ahí que yo era un medio extraterrestre, pero arriba es Jesús.
Pues ahorita va a estar más difícil con Trump, ¿no?
Yo les recomiendo que se queden aquí los que son de aquí, porque va a estar cabrón. Más bien me tengo que quedar aquí porque si paso, me encierro 5 años.
You can't have people pouring in from the prisons all over the world and from mental institutions all over the world and dumped into our country.
Entienda que nosotros los inmigrantes no es que queramos pasar, sino pues quiero pasar legalmente, con todos mis papeles legalmente.
Yo quería pasar a legal, pues, hasta esperar y no se me dio la oportunidad.
Estamos sufriendo poco a poco, pero con la bendición de Dios todo a lograrlo.
As you can see from these interviews, many migrants who made the perilous journey north from countries like Venezuela, Honduras, and Colombia aren't really considering going back home.
Bueno, mi razón era porque me iba a entregar a la frontera, pero tengo amigos que vinieron conmigo subiendo y lo regresaron, o sea, entraron a Estados Unidos, entonces yo dije, no, me costó mucho subir para acá para otra vez empezar de cero y yo dije, pues ni modo, me quedo aquí trabajando, tendré que quedar acá a unos años.
After all, the journey took many of them several months, if not more, and was quite costly.
De traslado unos 6 meses.
¿Cómo llegaste?
Pues me trasladé en autobús, también me subí en el tren.
Para poder llegar desde Ciudad de México hasta aquí, me duró un mes.
Un mes, 17 días para llegar.
¿En qué venías?
Caminando.
¿Caminando? ¿Te aventaste caminando hasta acá?
Casi un año echando.
¿En llegar hasta acá, hasta Ciudad Juárez?
Acá llegué a Ciudad Juárez porque fue tocado caminar, así a veces cuando nos bajaban del tren tocaba caminar y caminar, a veces nos quedamos en montes. Hicieron que pararan el tren, eran como las 2 de la mañana y entonces vimos que migración estaba en la parte del Torreón y entonces justamente paró el tren. Nos tuvimos que meter por el desierto y durar hasta las 4 de la mañana para...
Escondidos.
The train she's referring to is called La Bestia, or the Beast. It's a cheap freight train that's meant to deliver raw materials, not people, from south to north, beginning at the Mexico-Guatemala border. Because of its lack of security, many migrants jump on La Bestia while it's moving and take it as far north as they can. It's estimated that in 2023, there were as many as 1,000 migrants hopping the El Paso-Juarez border every single day, much of whom had rode La Bestia from the south.
Una vez una señora venezolana, de hecho, se cruzó, pero se cayó justo cuando la bestia empezó. Entonces la señora se quedó en las vías así hasta que pasara, pero las vías tienen un seguro. Entonces el seguro la agarró y pues la hizo cachitos. Y justamente fue ahí.
Unfortunately, this uptick led to a drastic surge in violent crime in Ciudad Juarez, which had been relatively calm in the years prior, despite once being dubbed as Murder City, after Juarez saw 3,600 homicides in 2011. To clarify, the surge in violent crime wasn't a result of the migrants themselves, but rather the criminal organizations vying for control of the lucrative human smuggling routes along the border.
El peligro de los niños en los trenes, las mujeres, a que sean violadas, a que sean secuestradas por los narcos y todo eso, es mucho riesgo.
Much like the cartels control the flow of drugs into the US, they also control the flow of migrants. I've learned from personal experience that every single inch of the US-Mexico border is claimed by a cartel, who impose a tax on coyotes and pay authorities to look the other way. They are also known to squeeze and extort money out of migrants along the way, which adds another element of extreme risk to their already treacherous journey.
No les importa la situación que uno esté, nada. Me llegaron casi a secuestrar a mi hija, pero pues con la bendición de Dios, el Señor, no sé, se le abrió el corazón y me la dio.
As briefly mentioned, stealing children away from their mothers for ransom is a common way the cartels will get money out of migrants. Oftentimes, this happens along La Bestia's route, but other times the extortion continues even after they've been trafficked into the U.S. According to Ruben Garcia, who's the program director at a migrant shelter in El Paso called the Annunciation House, this story is all too common.
My name is Ruben Garcia, and we're in Annunciation House, one of our hospitality houses.
Annunciation House, a local shelter that helps asylum seekers and refugees.
As Garcia explains, the shelter would house close to 1,000 refugees in any given week.
We just received a mom from Guatemala. She came up with her 4-year-old daughter with a smuggler in Juarez. The smuggler sold her to another smuggler, and that smuggler took her 4-year-old daughter and then took mom to where the metal fence is. You'll get your daughter once you're on the other side. Here's a cell phone. It was a way to get a lot more money. When she got to Border Patrol, the Central Processing Center, there they took her to get a medical checkup, and she was able to get one of the officers to listen to her, who then called Homeland Security.
Yeah, no, it's got nothing to do with the title is purely clickbait. Like, we aren't here for sensationalizing the actual stories. We just get the titles because we get people in who don't listen to alternative opinions, who don't listen to people other than their little bubble. So we try and get them in so we can get them listening to the actual information and then breaking down the news narratives to then break down how people are getting fooled through these things. The Department of Education is just the one that's happening at the moment. Also, illegal and not possible. He doesn't have the authority to do so. So they can cry about the Department of Education all that they want. It's not going anywhere.
Investigation.
And John said earlier, 14% of schools, public school funding, out of their entire budgets come from the Department of Education. It's once again,
it really doesn't do anything to do with public school.
Yeah, like once again, this is a Republican talking point that means nothing, that is easy to put on paper and do an executive order for, which makes them think that something happened, when in reality,
promises made, promises kept.
Exactly.
They literally rolled that out like a tweet with that.
Great. Well, it's pretty desperate considering how little he follows through on his promises. So, considering everything has been an executive order, most of it will be rolled back. I'm not going to say there's nothing to worry about. There's obviously a lot to worry about.
Yeah, that's the thing, is even if the final policy doesn't get, it's going to get rolled back, but that doesn't mean that there isn't just decades of damage that have already been done.
Yes, of course. And that's why I say that it's like
you can't fix this in a second. If somebody comes in for a 4-year term, not enough. Maybe an entire 8-year term, but
maybe. And it would have to be proactive and full control. Like no barriers. Because you know that those MAGA fuckheads are just seething. And there's no way that they're going to work with anybody who's trying to roll back anything that Trump has put through.
She had a cousin in Florida that had helped her with some of the money to pay the smuggler. They set up the meeting in Las Cruces. And there they showed up, they made the arrest, they had the 4-year-old. They also had a 6-week-old baby that they had taken away from another mother. They reunited the 4-year-old with mom, and they were both at our house, and that's how we heard the story of how that all happened. So that's what I mean.
In lieu of these kinds of horrific situations, President Trump passed Executive Order 14157, designating 6 cartels and 2 gangs as foreign terrorist organizations.
President Trump's administration has plans to designate several cartels and criminal groups as foreign terrorist organizations.
something which could give the US military and other law enforcement bodies the power to invade Mexico. But prospect of an invasion aside, many Mexicans say they support Trump's designation and hope that Mexico will do its part in holding these organizations accountable.
¿Qué piensas sobre eso?
Creo que está bien la clasificación porque pues son personas que hacen daño y que no se tientan mucho el corazón con algunas personas. Y estaría bien el título.
Many Mexicans also understand the need for heightened border security on both sides.
No estoy en contra de los inmigrantes ni nada de eso, no soy racista ni nada de eso.
¿Usted cree bien que estén deportando a toda la gente que están deportando?
Si están ilegalmente es un delito.
Si van a deportar, que sí deporten a las personas que de verdad están haciendo daño. Las personas que están trabajando no se lo merecen porque también están con un sueño y están manteniendo a su familia. Trump debería darse cuenta de eso, que él también tiene familia.
¿Y tu familia está en Venezuela o en Estados Unidos?
Tengo familia en Venezuela y en Perú.
¿Y ellos qué opinan de tu situación actual?
No, yo me dice que espere a ver qué dicen.
¿Y tu familia?
No, pues allá están en otro lado.
¿Ellos también se quedaron allá?
Sí.
¿Y no saben nada de ti?
No, nada.
¿Tampoco te has podido comunicar o sí, igual no te contestan?
No, no he sabido nada de ellos. Pero yo pues ya espero que estén bien ellos, así como estoy yo bien.
Se olvida la familia. La hermana, pues, mi mamá, pues, no sé si ya falleció porque estaba muy enferma la última vez.
¿Ya no supiste?
Ya no supe. Pero yo pienso que sí, porque mi hermana no me quiere y mi mamá era la única que me ayudaba.
La gente tiene que aprender que tiene que hacer las cosas bien, no así. Atravesar México sin permiso también es ilegal.
In my role as a journalist over the course of these past few years, one thing that I've learned is that people on the ground who are immersed in an intense experience can only tell you so much about all of the factors at play that are causing their situation, as their primary concerns are reaching a place of safety, health, and happiness. In many cases, I've found that the best people to really talk to are those who are in a stable place but work tirelessly day in, day out to serve these communities. As we mentioned earlier, Ruben Garcia, once called the saint of the El Paso border by The New Yorker, runs a shelter called the Annunciation House. The shelter is currently at the center of a tense legal battle. Several months ago, Republican Attorney General Robert Paxton filed a criminal lawsuit against Ruben Garcia, calling the Annunciation House a stash house for criminal illegal aliens.
This is all according to Annunciation House. 430 were released on Sunday night, 197 on Monday, 181 on Tuesday, Christmas Day.
At this point, it's unclear whether or not the shelter will remain open. But Ruben Garcia is an extremely knowledgeable individual, so here is an extended interview with the man himself.
What can you tell us about this place?
Well, that it's been it's been operating, offering hospitality to refugees and migrants for almost 50 years. That has allowed us to have a history of watching the flow of immigrants throughout the years.
Was there a particular experience that made you want to get involved in this kind of work?
I grew up here in El Paso, so I'm a product of the border. This is what I thought that I was called to do, and so that's what I'm doing.
What are some of the main services y'all offer to migrants here?
Primarily hospitality, place to stay, shower, give people an opportunity to contact their family so that they can get tickets and they can move on. The vast majority of people don't stay in border cities.
Do you find that in the past couple of years, most people have came from Latin America, or is it a more international?
Central America, I would say the last couple of years, a significant increase in Venezolanos.
And what do you think has caused this mass migration to the north?
People have been migrating for centuries. The name of the city, Paso al Norte, the pass to the north. When you go outside, you'll see the two mountain chains. People pass through there to go further north. If you ask people today, or 400 years ago, why did you leave? They're gonna answer primarily, I was afraid, I'm hungry.
Y huyendo también de la economía de allá, acuérdese, todo eso.
¿Está difícil el trabajo por allá?
Sí, está difícil conseguir trabajo por allá.
Unfortunately, someone discovers that I can get votes by making a big deal out of this.
Democrat lawmakers care more about illegal aliens than they care about their own constituents. They put foreign citizens before American citizens. We're not going to do that.
It's only when it's in the headlines that you'll come. It gives the impression that this is a crisis, this is something new, as opposed to saying this is an issue that we have to collectively address. There are 360 million Americans in the United States. In spite of all the problems that people in the country have, it's not causing people to flee. That's not the case in other countries. 25% of the population of Venezuela has fled. That would be the equivalent of 90 million Americans. Everyone in Venezuela should be living adequately comfortable. But because of the political dysfunction, look what's happened. You're not going to solve the situation in Venezuela by putting up a fence, by bringing down the army. It still allows Venezuela to remain pretty dysfunctional. And they didn't all come here. This is the other myth. The overwhelming number of Venezolanos went to Colombia, went to Peru, went to Ecuador. Yes, we received some, but nowhere near the numbers that other countries. People flee because of dysfunction.
What can you tell us about the current situation regarding mass deportations?
There's been a lot of discussion about it. What do you classify as mass deportation? Does it have to be 3 million? Does it have to be 5 million? How are you actually going to first find them, identify them, and then succeed in being able to remove them? There's a lot of laws on the books that give people certain rights. If you've been living in the United States, you have U.S. citizen children, within the law, you have the right to explain to the judge why I shouldn't go back. Right now, I'm thinking about a family. They were doing well economically. They were fine until one day a hit squad attacked their home. They shot mom. The bullet went through her lung. Here's a family that doesn't want to go back because mom almost got killed. Their children have gone on to go to school. Some of them have already gotten married. If Border Patrol ever discovers this family, they're going to have the right to go before an immigration judge. So it's not just a matter of, oh, you're undocumented, come with me, I'm going to take you. It doesn't work that way.
So you think a lot of the sensational optics about, mass roundups and just dropping people off at the border is sort of meant to push a political agenda as opposed to being reflective of reality?
We know that it's a political agenda.
Annunciation House also stresses how migration, documented or undocumented, can be beneficial to the economy.
In order for a country to maintain stability, you need a certain birth rate. Every woman needs to have 2.1, 2.2 children. That keeps your population stable. That is immensely important for your economy. Right now, China will incentivize you to have babies. Russia, France, Germany,
Bro.
They're all incentivizing the birth rate in the...
Don't go praising China's birth policies.
He didn't praise it. He's just saying these countries are incentivizing.
Yeah, they're incentivizing it because they fucked up.
That's not. He's not praising anything though. He's just stating
I
that
fucking
other
hope
countries
not.
incentivize. God, you hear China and you have a conniption.
Every bit of information is wrong. That's the problem.
United States right now is about
All he said is that they
1.5.
incentivize.
So, you're my fairy godmother. You have your wand. Go ahead. Close all 4 sides.
I didn't know Russia incentivized it.
Yeah, they need more soldiers.
Interesting. What other countries did he say?
Every country.
0.1,
Like
2.2
the child's
children.
tax
That
credit
keeps
is incentivizing childbirth.
Yes, yeah. Like we had
America. It's the classic fucking George Carlin bit. If you're pre-born, they love you. If you're newborn, you're fucked.
Because they had a tax cut thing in Australia to have kids like 10 years ago, maybe 15 now. Fuck me.
Population stable. That is immensely important for your economy. Right now, China will incentivize you to have babies. Russia, France, Germany, they're all incentivizing. The birth rate in the United States right now is about 1.5. So, you're my fairy godmother. You have your wand. Go ahead, close all 4 sides. Close the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Southern. Not another human being comes in. And watch what's going to happen. Our country can't continue unless we have a healthy influx of immigrants. That's the truth. However, that's not going to get me votes. Tell them they're murderers, they're rapists.
They're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
Tonight, when you go home, look under your bed. There might be a refugee hiding under your bed. When I was in grade school, we were warned about the communists. And now it's, let's be afraid. You're like me, I'm going to protect you from this invasion, etc. The sad thing about it is that, look at how we begin to talk about other human beings in derogatory terms. Is that really who we want to be? We should have...
Exactly. We only support discrimination against robots. Fucking clankers. Fuck those robots.
Yo, you can't use that
Immigration
word.
policy that allows people to enter legally, that can go to work, that are not taken advantage of.
They are essential workers, and rain or shine, migrant farm workers show up to make sure all Americans have food on the table.
There's been all kinds of stories of the abuse of the age.
I want more North Korean stands in our chat. They're fun. They're more fun than fucking Marxist Leninists. At least they'll actually have a conversation and not screech.
H-1B visa.
These companies are bringing in people and paying them less than Americans would get for similar jobs.
I'm so confident that we could come up with some really good proposals for laws that would work so much better than the system we have right now.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever wanted criminal.
Why would you do that when you can just deport them instead? You know, that would require effort and, like, actually talking to the other politicians in the government to actually reform the broken immigration system of the United States. That would just be stupid. You know what's much easier? Militarizing the border. Looks cooler too.
To come in. Border Patrol, here in Border Patrol, we have a facility. It's a very large facility that is called the Central Processing Center. Anyone that Border Patrol apprehends is taken to the Central Processing Center. Your fingerprints are going to be matched against the FBI database, the Department of Homeland Security database, the immigration database. If you're from Mexico, if you're from El Salvador, if you're from Guatemala, it's going to be matched against their criminal databases to see if anything kicks out. Even individuals during Title 42, they would push them back into Mexico after they did the fingerprint screening on the off chance that this person has a criminal record. The role of Border Patrol is to identify criminals and keep them from entering the country. It shouldn't be the honest worker. You can't imagine how many people have crossed the 30-foot fence and fallen and end up with all kinds of broken bones. If you survive that, I'll give you a job. It shouldn't have to be that way.
Yeah, it's hard when you have two very polarized opinions that seem to not be able to interact. There should be an easier process to obtain citizenship and be able to get your papers. I mean,
correct. If you have a Pedro or a Jose or a Fabian or Guillermo who crosses the border and is never apprehended, and they make their way into the interior of the United States, well, we don't know anything about them. The statistics tell us that there probably is not criminality.
The one thing I think there is legitimately possibly reason to fear would be the cartels.
Correct, but I can assure you cartels are not crossing the border.
But I guess the thing is, obviously, most coyotes are in some way connected economically to the cartel infrastructure.
Oh, that's not what I was laughing at. I was laughing at because I keep asking libertarians why 9/11 happened. And it just makes me laugh.
Access the space to cross through.
They tell you.
They completely avoid the situation. They completely avoid it. Because it's always when they say, because I've had them say, I'm not living in reality. I'm like, okay, litmus test, why did 9/11 happen? And they never answer. It's so fucking funny.
Correct.
It's unfortunate that it's making billions for the cartel. I wish there was a way that the cartel wasn't the one running the show. Do you think there's any solution around that?
We have this tendency to declare wars. The only war we should declare is the war on addiction. Every year, you and I
saw the drugs, and I thought he was going to say war on drugs. I was ready to fucking lose it. I'm so glad he said addiction. This guy actually sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
$25 and $40 billion in drug
Billion
profits to Mexico.
dollars.
With that kind of money, it makes it possible for them to corrupt, and that's what makes governments become dysfunctional.
Did you just say the billionaires made people corrupt?
Drug addiction, there wouldn't be a cartel.
We have
How
created
curious.
the Drug Enforcement Agency, the amount of people that are in our prisons right now, the amount of money that we spend, tell me that we're ready to go and declare victory.
Do you think there's some accountability to be taken on behalf of the medical industry here too?
Isn't it interesting that you want to do that with drugs, but you don't want to do that with guns? There is no such thing as a bad gun. There is only a person who uses the gun badly. But with drugs, we want to keep going after the manufacturers of drugs.
If you look at like Purdue Pharma and some of these companies that like use people as testing ground.
I'm simply saying that's where we have put the emphasis ever since Nixon declared war. And where are we today?
Drug-related deaths are on track to reach record highs this year.
There's certain cartel activities that seem to go far beyond economic necessity.
You're now talking about the abuse, the beatings, the killings, the prostitution. I do believe that there is evil in the world.
You don't think it's just people motivated by self-interest, refusing to consider?
A lot of it is clearly self-interest, but I also think that self-interest can be evil.
Oftentimes I think about the self-justification systems in people who do stuff like that. Then you wonder if there is none at all, and if they just wake up and say, I like doing terrible things.
I have to believe that a lot of it has to do with our culture. And
Do you think with the whole manufacturer thing, do you think that's a like-to-like comparison, or do you think that's a bit of a straw man?
I think that this whole straw man crybaby thing that people say is never relevant.
No, but it is a literary technique to do something like that. Like, if we're thinking about it, like it's an addictive substance versus a tool. Is there any practical use for a drug? I mean, if like a non-addictive. See, and this is why I say that it's not a like-to-like comparison. So I don't think that is a like-to-like comparison. I think there would be a better way to compare it. Let's say, I mean, fuck. You could look at prohibition, alcohol prohibition, right? Maybe. I don't know enough about prohibition to see any connections there. I don't imagine there was any like, hey, you guys are addicted to alcohol, maybe you should stop drinking. Like cigarettes. There you go, cigarettes. Cigarettes is probably a good one, right? Because, like, what? It's an addiction. They worked pretty hard to stop smoking. They didn't go out attacking tobacconists. They didn't go around harassing tobacco companies. They focused on anti-smoking things and regulation. Funny, right?
They harass smoking.
Tobacco companies?
Yeah.
Who did?
Anti-smoking activists?
Oh, the activists. I'm talking about, like... Because we're talking about state actions. And if we're talking about state actions...
They... might have taken him to court.
Okay. But still, it's like, okay, so let's go with the idea that we've been throwing around for a while. You legalize the cartels, right? You legalize their drug flows, and you legitimize them, and then you regulate. Would that not be a better way to go about it? Exactly the same way they went about tobacco?
Who am I?
I think that's probably a pretty good place to start. Look at places with successful anti-smoking campaigns. Take that. Go with that. Legitimize the cartels, work with Mexico, turn them into real businesses. Hopefully, and as a part of it, in a part of the deal, say that they disarm. Maybe keep a small security contingent, and they can go into a security business or something. I don't fucking know. Legitimize that part of the cartels as well. Boom. Problem solved. Trump is fucking Nobel Peace Prize solved the cartel issue. Like, that's, if you want the fucking Nobel Peace Prize, that's where you go. That's where you do it. Legitimize the cartels. Decriminalize their actions, basically. Try and get them to work with authorities, I guess. If we're, you know, because we're living in reality here. We're not in an anarchist fucking paradise where state doesn't exist. It exists. We have to work with it. It's unfortunate. or you have to at least, rephrasing, you have to at least get states to work with each other to maximize stability for the people, right? At least gaslighting states into working with each other. What Trump's doing is not a good thing. I don't know, I'm just spitballing. I'm a little high. But yeah, we rolling.
And the need for our culture to really examine itself.
You think America's in a spiritual crisis?
I think it's been in a spiritual crisis for a long time.
Y bueno, ha llegado mi transporte, chicos. Esto fue Canal 5, Channel 5 Latinoamérica. Nos vemos en la siguiente.
After covering such an intense, relatively sobering matter with Josue, I asked him if maybe he'd like to cover something a bit more lighthearted for his third Channel 5 special. He said sure, and sent back what is probably some of the craziest footage I've ever seen.
Yo no sé cómo es posible que, por ejemplo, la gente esté en contra de las peleas de gallos y quieran aprobar el aborto. Para mí, mis gallos son como mis hijos.
Todos los animales tienen emociones y sentimientos. Esas personas deberían de estar en prisión.
Estamos aquí en el ambiente gallístico. Vénganse a divertirse. Realmente es un ambiente muy popular, familiar. Vean, son aves de combate que realmente nacen para eso. Se matan realmente entre ellos.
Yo, aquí Josué para Channel 5, Canal 5 Latinoamérica. Aquí en México, mientras hay estados como Veracruz, Quintana Roo y la misma Ciudad de México que ha implementado leyes para prohibir esta bonita tradición, hoy en el Estado de México estamos a punto de vivir un derbi de gallos. La primera jornada de esta bonita liga aquí en lo que es el Palenque Caseta Vieja.
If you'd like to see our complete, uncut, and extended documentary,
I was
Mexico
gonna
Cockfighting, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/channel5.
Dude, that's kind of interesting.
As many of you guys know, we are a totally independent, now multinational news organization, and it's your monthly contributions that keep us in business. Plus, I'm not sure that YouTube will ever allow this video.
I was gonna say, fucking hell. Like they kill each other, right? The roosters?
Sometimes.
Interesting.
Depends on the style of fight.
Okay.
Check it out, www.
So it's not like dog fighting where it's always to the death?
Dogfighting is also not always to the death.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Patreon.com/channel5.
It depends on the style
I'll
of
put the link in the
cockfighting.
description
So,
and the pin.
A lot of
Tengo 76.
a lot of the fighting, they put the blades on the chicken, so they have knives on them.
Oh.
And that's more of the Philippine style.
Aha. Okay.
So, if you have it without the blades, the birds could pretty much come clean every time and be okay.
Somebody...
Oxford reference to find...
Somebody has finally realized and made a video about it.
Science as the systematic study of the natural world and its physical and biological processes, through observation, identification, description, experimental investigation, and theoretical explanation. Cool. I like science. I did a lot of science in high school. I never used it for anything particularly useful, but I do like to still squeeze it into areas where it doesn't belong, like the cold openings of YouTube videos. I'm kidding, this cold open is relevant, probably abnormally relevant by my standards, because some people, somewhere out there, say that economics is a science. Not of atoms and particles and chemicals and evolution, but of the production, distribution and consumption of goods and services. Cool. But economics isn't in the same paddock as physics or chemistry. It's not as clean or as pure, because no amount of mathematics or hypothesis testing can paper over the sheer academic horror one comes up against when they're studying not atoms, not particles, but fully fledged, complex, unpredictable, pesky human beings. A standard first-year university course in economics will present its main frameworks as truisms, like gravity or something. Ricardian trade theory is a notorious example. In a world of free trade, countries specialise and they export the goods and services for which they have a comparative advantage in production. If Germany's good at cars and Italy's good at tomatoes, they'll specialise in those things and then they'll trade them with one another. It's not rocket surgery.
German W. Suck shit, Italy.
It makes sense. And this is why countries do trade with one another. And it's why trade barriers such as tariffs are regarded most of the time by most economists as really stupid. But sometimes weird stuff can happen. And the weird stuff is what you find out about when you step out of the classroom and into the world of complex, unpredictable, pesky human beings. Japan, for example, produces a lot of rice, and it exports some of that rice to international buyers from whom it can demand a premium. That makes sense. Japan's good at rice. Rice is one of the many things that Japan exports, and in return it imports a whole lot of other things.
What are you saying?
Including, wait for it,
that Asians are good at rice?
Including from some of the countries it exports rice to. This is not a helpful development for anyone's understanding of Ricardian trade theory. Why does Japan hate Ricardo so much? I can't find anything particularly heinous in his biography. It seems like he was fine.
Okay
now, the answer
opposed
here
slavery.
is actually rather obvious, if a little unintuitive, and that's that not all rice is simply rice. Generally, premium products are exported while lower quality products are retained for domestic consumption. Some importers, somewhere in the United States for example, might be willing to pay a premium for Japanese rice, which the Japanese exporters can market as the only true base layer for a Wagyu nigiri. Meanwhile, Japanese consumers could, in a true act of economic and culinary bastardry, simultaneously import cheaper rice from China to meet the demands of its own population.
That's funny.
Who might quietly admit to themselves that there's not that much of a difference. Either way, I'll let the Japanese off the hook for now. My own country eats sushi the same way that you'd eat a sausage roll, which I'm told is not normal, so I guess we owe you some good karma. Beyond the world of rice exports though, there are a few times where this sort of stuff happens and it's a little bit harder to explain. Like when you're down here in my own country and you're one of the largest producers of liquefied natural gas, LNG, in the world. Australia sends heaps of gas to Asia, over $40 billion of it in 2023. One new LNG terminal has opened very recently. It's in Port Kembla and it's about 100 k's south of Sydney. But this one is not like the others, because while it looks like Australia's going to keep sending gas overseas, this new terminal in Port Kembla is going to be used to import gas from overseas. There aren't many countries in the world.
Okay, this is actually different. It's not what I've been talking about. I'm actually wildly interested now because we also sell raw crude to get refined and then buy petrol back, which I just think is one of the dumbest fucking things ever. One, because why the fuck would you do that? Two, what happens if we can no longer import petrol, you fucking idiots? Three, why not just refine it ourselves? It would be so much cheaper. I don't get it. Dumb.
That can compete with Australia's volume of LNG exports. Pretty much just the US and Qatar.
Sure. Bye, YouTube.